for it.
Hey, smack 'em a gob, everybody. It is I. Dr. Fucking with me is.
Oh, yeah! Wadzilla, baby. What's up? How's everybody doing?
Wadzilla, tell everybody who's here tonight.
Oh, we got the amazing Edwin Canistracci and motherfucking Ryan T. Russell in the house. Holy
Cheers,
shit, we got
boys. Cheers.
deck
Cheers.
tonight.
Clink, clink.
We're going to talk about the Beatles. We're going to rank the Beatles albums.
Yes.
Right on.
But before,
This is tough.
Huh?
This is tough. How the fuck do you rank a perfect discography?
Well, we're going to try. I will tell you this, though. Before we went on the air, all of you were sharing your, what are you drinking? Oh, what are you drinking?
So we were doing that before off the air, but now on the air, I'm drinking Hennessy, the Henny, as they call it in the hood. Drinking that as it's kind of overtaken. It used to be Johnny Walker Black. Scotch was always my favorite drink, but these days, I gotta say, I think it's Henny. I think it's taken over.
Henny.
Yeah.
You know how I know you're white? In the hood, that's called yak. The cognac.
We also call it the Yak. It is also known as that as well.
Just saying.
Yeah, it's a pretty good drink. It used to actually be Ozzy Osbourne's favorite drink back when he used to drink. It's a
True story.
true
You
story.
mean like yesterday?
When Sharon's not up his ass, when he sneaks off, he drinks some.
I just want to let you guys know, as everybody knows, alcoholics do not want to admit that alcohol is a drug. And I think all three of you are pussies for drinking illegal drugs. Unlike me on illegal street drugs. I'm more of a man.
You got some edibles? What you got? What you got?
I shot up some fucking smack for the first time. I heard I may puke. They say the first time you do heroin, you puke. So that'll be cool for this episode in case I puke on the heroin.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool. That'd be epic. That'd be very, the Beatles. John Lennon did that during the White Album. He's like puking up heroin constantly, every other song.
I saw what it did to Sid Vicious. I saw what it did to Kurt Cobain. I was like, that's for me.
Hey, shooting up. That's for pussies, man. I plug.
Hey, I didn't want to be that guy, but I didn't want to brag. But I did.
If I cut my finger, I squirt Bactine up my ass.
I sprinkled a little crystal
like how
meth
it feels
into the drink, so it's not like I'm not taking drugs.
Okay, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, a little crystal meth.
I was trying to be discreet about it, though.
Yeah, if you throw that in your drink, then you are drinking actually illegal drugs.
Yeah, just touch. You don't want to be crazy, about it. Just touch. Keep you cool.
Ralph, are you drinking any of that weed sauce you got from Cheech and Chong?
No, not yet. My car was completely full when I met Cheech and Chong. Then after I met Cheech and Chong, I went to the house where I'm moving, and I said, "Why am I going to take this ale with me? I might as well leave it here."
Well, I saw you said you're saving it, but I mean, can you go buy like another case and try it? I mean, what the fuck is? I don't understand. It's like water with weed in it. And how is that legal in Florida?
Seltzer. I don't know.
Because you guys vetoed that shit, You could have had it. You fucked up.
I voted, that's not because of me. I voted to have the pot. So there you go.
Okay.
And I said, have the pot, have the abortions. I voted that in. I wanted that to happen. But it's not my fault. It's a lot of Catholic Latinos, not saying Ralph, but I do think that kind of curved it a little on the conservative side.
Oh, that's funny, Edwin, because normally you blame the Jews for everything.
Yeah,
Edwin, now you're against Spix too?
Hey, it's like, that's how they want it. It's their state, more power to you. I don't complain.
Ryan, where the fuck you live?
I live in Wilmington, Delaware, just outside of Philly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I heard there's good street drugs there.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. All right, hey, before we get into the news, I got a news story. It involves Elton John, so it's a musical news story of what we were just talking about. Elton John came out and said it would be the worst mistake ever to legalize marijuana. And I'm like, You listen to Funeral for a Friend from Elton John, that shit's a good song. But with weed, it's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's John. I mean, who he's getting senile. You know, in a couple months he'll be against fucking gay marriage. You know, it's crazy.
Every time somebody brings up, but he's married, I go, Elton John was married once too, motherfucker.
That's right.
yeah. The whole pot as a gateway drug is the most ridiculous thing ever. I mean, alcohol is the biggest gateway drug in the history of mankind, and we're okay with that.
Yeah,
No, but nobody talks about those Flintstone vitamins. That's how I started.
Hell yeah.
You know, and then I moved on to like smack.
yeah, that Flintstone vitamin. I mean, you kind of skip all the other drugs, go straight
Yeah.
to Mac.
You're right on the
Yeah.
fast track with Flintstones.
Yeah,
Well, they put little characters on it. They color it. It entices you as a child. You know, it wasn't the candy cigarettes I had. It was the Flintstone vitamins. You know, and then it went up. You know, and now I shove Metamucil up my ass. You know, just to get through the day.
Hey, I got something cool to show you guys. I'm going to do an unboxing on this episode,
Oh,
Nice.
wow.
and I'm going to show you what box I bought. And yes, nobody bought me this. I bought it myself.
Great.
I'll get it. I'll get it to work eventually.
The
There.
Beatles. I see it's the Beatles.
This is the
Oh, I saw that today.
1964 U.S. albums in mono.
Nice.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah, I still haven't opened it, but I'm gonna do it now. But I'll do it as we keep talking.
What the fuck did that run you?
200 some bucks.
Oh,
Oh yeah. People online, reviews online, they're all like, sounds great, but what a ripoff.
Wait a minute, Ralph, don't you have the mono vinyl box set though?
Nope.
Oh, I thought you did. You had that.
I've never owned the. Oh yeah, yeah. I have the England version on mono box set.
So
Yeah.
what's different? So what's in there that's not in the other thing?
I shall.
this is the U.S. albums. The
Yeah.
original one was the English ones.
Oh, so this is U.S. ones.
1964. They released several albums, and it's all in here. I
Okay.
think one is 1965, but the rest are 1964. And I'll show you what they are because I'm going to unbox this. But we
Love
Very
it.
cool. Very cool. Very
Love
cool.
it.
Yeah, I think this is like Meet the Beatles through early Beatles.
it's got like the third album, whatever those are called. I'm
Yeah,
not
'cause
familiar.
I wanted to talk about Meet the Beatles actually when we talk about With the
Well,
Beatles.
the U.S. one, you got Meet the Beatles, Beatles' second album, fuck, what
Something else. It's called something.
Beatles 65, yeah.
Generation
Something
Swine.
new.
But wasn't there one like yesterday and today or
Yeah,
something?
yesterday and today.
Yeah, that's not included. Yesterday and today was after like fucking Revolver and shit.
Yeah, well, it's like right between Rubber Soul and Revolver, but it has some Revolver songs before Revolver came out. Actually, it's got that discography got all fucked up around that period.
Okay, so this is what's in it. All right.
What's in it?
The first album by the England phenomenal pop combo, Meet the Beatles.
Oh, that's nice. And that's mono.
Yes, it's all mono. And this one starts with I Want to Hold Your Hand. It has I Saw Her Standing There, This Boy, It Won't Be Long, All I Gotta Do, All My Lovin', then side two, Don't Bother Me, Little Child Till There Was You, Hold Me Tight, I Want to Be Your Man, and Not a Second Time. So there's a combination of Please Please Me and this and some of the past Masters tune. Like
Yeah, and there's some singles on there.
yeah. All right, the next
That's great to have. I'd love to have that. That's also good. The second album.
second album.
I had that when I was a little kid.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read all the fucking. Go on Google and schmoogle it.
Essentially, that's like all the covers that from With the Beatles that they didn't put on Meet the Beatles. So it's kind of like a covers album. That's the Hard Day's Night, the soundtrack.
Yeah, which I know it has like instrumentals like Ringo's theme.
Yeah.
Hard Day's Night instrumental, Hard Day's Night regular version.
I like that cover too.
Yeah. All right, here's one called Something New.
New.
Yeah.
And yeah, this has like stuff from I See Hard Day's Night, like things we did today, I'll Cry Instead.
Yeah.
Has some older stuff like Matchbox and stuff. All right, next. All right, this one is the Beatles story, which is 2 albums. This is like something I'll probably only play once, you know?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah.
So
It's just like compilation?
is
Yeah,
that like,
no, it's a story.
so it's like
Oh,
audio
so it's like audio, like someone telling you the story
Yeah.
of the Beatles.
audio documentary?
Spoken word.
Okay.
I believe it's Bobby Dahl that does it.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
book on mono, and
Yeah, I'll
it's
tell
true
you what,
mono. It only
that
comes out
fucking-
of one speaker.
That Bobby Dahl, he's just everywhere. I mean,
Yeah, right?
So it goes into 65 because
This
that is
is, yeah,
Beatles
Beatles
65.
65.
yeah, I had that too when I was a kid.
No reply. It's got like stuff from For Sale.
Yeah, it's like Beatles for Sale, some of the singles.
All right,
Yeah.
here's the last one.
Yeah, early Beatles.
Oh, you saw it? I can't see
Yeah.
it there.
Yeah, and that's like the Please Please Me stuff that didn't make it on Meet the Beatles.
Yeah, Let Me Do and shit.
Yeah.
That's my favorite photo session of the Beatles. I love
that's-
the Beatles for
Yeah.
Sale.
That's the
Love
Beatles
that.
for Sale photo session, yeah.
My favorite is when he got naked with Yoko and they both had big ass bushes.
Ralph likes big ass bushes.
I love big ass bushes and tiny penises.
Well, there you go. Well, then that's the
Well, then you're gonna love
ever.
Yeah, my two favorites are that I love the pictures from the Beatles for Sale album cover, and I also love that photo session they did. I'm thinking it was for the single of Hey Jude, where they're like near that church and graveyard, and they're all
Oh yeah,
long hair, big beards.
Well, that's the same photo shoot that Ralph's sitting in front of. Like it was Abbey Road
yeah.
period.
I got
I
got the album Hey Jude that has them in front of.
That's a great album.
Yeah.
essentially the
That's
past
another U.S. only
Past
album.
Masters before Past Masters.
the past masters
Yeah.
before past masters. It's funny that doesn't count as an album, but but Mystery Tour does. But hey,
Yeah,
it is
but
what-
the thing is that it's still many years apart. Even that compilation, they got songs, spread out through a few years. Where we're talking about an album that was released at that time. You know what I mean?
yeah. If we have like a honorary mention at the end, I guess we'll all just talk about Hey Jude / Past Masters, because there's so many good songs that didn't actually end up on the albums.
But they ended up on these albums. Oddly enough.
Well, until the mid '60s, and then.
Then it all stopped with Sgt. Pepper, right?
Otherwise, they would have swapped out like Revolution 9 for Hey Jude if it was up to the Americans. But, the Beatles were at that point, they had to do what
That's
they
an
said.
awesome collection, but for what they charged you, man, they should have threw in those 2 Traveling Wilbury albums.
That's a completest box set there. That's somebody who's a diehard.
That's really cool to have. Especially,
I-
I would love to have Meet the Beatles, a mono vinyl of that. So that just for that alone, that's like worth $200, I think. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, hey, and most of the people online were saying this box set's going to be so much cheaper in a year. And I was like, man, I don't care. I'm stupid. I'm buying it now.
I don't think so. I think the opposite. I think it's going to be they purposely, don't put out a lot of those, so they escalate in price. So I think it will be really rare in 5 years. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm happy I bought it. I don't care.
it's really cool.
Hey,
Right out.
I can't take the money with me, but I can throw that Beatles box set in my coffin.
That's right.
It's art, It's like someone buying a fucking Picasso. You got like the fucking monos of their first run of American albums. That's a work of art. You're a patron of the arts, Ralph.
No, and what's also awesome about this is that I actually now have mono, and I got to go to the hospital after this show.
Just like you got a contact high from Cheech and Chong.
Yeah. A big shout out to Al Horta. Yeah, I know you hate him, Ian, but Al Horta is the reason I met Cheech and Chong. Because a couple of days before Cheech and Chong he sent me a link. Hey, Ralph, they're going to be in Miami. I was like, what the fuck? Friday at 2 p.m.? Everybody's at work. I called Ruben. I called Willie. Both of them had to work. So I go there, and it's they got 500 posters. Man, when I got there about 3 hours earlier. It's like 15 people in line. I was like, oh my God, this is awesome, And I made friends with some people. I even met 2 guys that dressed like Cheech and Chong.
Yeah.
I got a picture with them, and
I saw that pic.
Yeah, you got to be with like both of them at the same
At
time.
the same
That's
time, man.
that's what's like
It
so
was
amazing.
it was about a minute long, but it was an amazing minute because the first thing Chong said to me is like, "That's my Black Sabbath shirt, man," because it says Black Sabbath on my. I had a dress shirt that said Black Sabbath, and then Cheech goes, "What's your name?" I go, "My name's Ralph, man," and they both laughed at the same time, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I made Cheech and Chong laugh."
That's
Man,
so awesome.
what sucked, man, when you sent me that, I got home from work and you had sent me the picture and shit. I was like, fuck, they look old though.
Oh
Holy
no,
fuck.
no, Chong especially.
Well,
Chong
he's 86, man.
87.
Is he really?
87?
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
yeah, he was always the older one. He was like the old hippie. Yeah,
Cheech looked okay. Chong looked a little zoned out. Cheech was alert, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chong looked a little. I don't know how old Cheech is, but hey, he looked pretty good for I don't think he's as probably maybe a 10-year difference of him and Chong, maybe I don't know.
yeah.
But
There's a
Yeah.
significant difference.
Chong was kind of zoned out. You can tell he's like kind of frail. Like when I made them laugh, like he went because I was looking at Chong when I said Ralph, man. My name's Ralph, man. I looked at Chong and Chong went, ah. My God, it was like real quick.
Like, oh, my hip. Fuck.
And then when they took a picture, Cheech is still laughing
Yeah,
at my joke and Chong wasn't. And then I got to take two pictures. And it was awesome, man. I got to meet Cheech and Chong. I spent a minute
That's killer.
and I made them both laugh. It was so cool. It was like the
so
coolest shit ever. And thank you, Al Horta. Keep going to Sammy Hagar shows. Have fun, my friend.
Man, Al Horta sent me a message. He asked for my address. I was like, oh, shit. I go, you going to assassinate me? He's like, no, you want me dead. I was like, oh, yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Good dude. Good dude. But we were talking today. He's going to that fucking what's that Christmas gay conversion fucking shit? That transgender Siberia.
yeah, Eric
Oh,
Levin.
oh yeah, the orchestra.
So yeah,
Who in the fuck, man? I saw Eric RMCP went to that shit too. It's
he
like,
loves that shit.
who the
With
fuck
it,
would go see that shit?
it goes back to his father and stuff. He has like childhood memories because his father was like a big
What, his father molest him to
Uh,
Christmas music?
It's yeah, I agree with you, Ian. I'm not a big fan of Christmas music in general, especially mixed with heavy metal. It's like, but
Yeah.
if it makes people happy,
It's worse than fucking metal and fucking orchestras.
yeah, that's pretty bad too. But it's like
I'm
in the
not.
same neighborhood. It's in the same neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the side. You know me. I'm a big Sabotage fan. I don't like what they turn into.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But it does, if they generally love it, and it,
Yeah, but it's like, how can we make Sabotage worse? Oh, I know. Lasers and an orchestra and Christmas music. Jesus fuck.
I saw it. I mean, it was good.
Why? Why did you go to that shit?
I want to see it, man.
Did you have a free ticket?
No, I paid, but
You paid for that shit?
this was a long time ago, Ian. Tickets weren't that cheap, expensive.
Okay.
I can't believe. I mean, that thing's been going forever, and they play arenas, and they.
Oh,
they
that's
do
where I saw him at. I saw him at a big arena, and it was like all my friends were going, so I just hitched a ride with them. I was like, no big deal. Okay, I ain't got shit to do tonight. Now, musically, it was cool. Stage show was outrageous, but when I saw it, I was like, all right, and I'm like, I'm not going again to see it. It was, to me, it's one of those things where once is enough. You know what I mean?
yeah, you just kind of wanted to see it, just so you can say,
Unless they bring Chris Oliva back from the dead, then I'll go again.
yeah.
I think they should dupe everybody to go into that shit, and then they just play nothing but Dr. Butcher songs. That would
I
be
love Dr. Butcher. Let me tell you, fucking, this is so stupid. And I don't understand why people got to argue with me over a fact. I put up a picture of Sabotage now because they just announced some festivals. And I put up the picture. I go, not one person in this picture was in the band when I first saw them. Next, Johnny Lee Middleton, I saw the second show, but the very first show, that was the original Sabotage. So I brought that up, and people have to argue with me about it. They're still good. Zach rules, this and that. I go, dude, I'm not saying they suck, which I do think they suck compared to the older shit. But I'm like, I'm just bringing up a fact that not one guy in this picture was in the band when I saw Sabotage. You know, people are just fucking idiots. People just love to
argue over anything. You can't say any opinion without getting some naysayers.
Like, I said, look, all I said was there's not one person in this band was in the original Sabotage. And then I had people arguing. And then one guy even said, oh, really? You saw him with the original bass player? I was like, yeah, I did. I saw him one time. You know, the original four. Like, the fuck you got to argue with me for? Fuck you. Oh, yeah, you saw him. I don't understand why I don't delete people.
But don't you delete people sometimes?
Yeah, but they have to be way ruder than that. You know?
Okay.
That's not rude enough.
That's not a deletable offense.
No, it is, but you know.
But you go.
Yeah, but you know what? In their defense, you know, all the albums after Chris or you know the guitar player died, all went to number like 572 on Billboard. So.
Yeah, I like your early stuff, but once they start getting into that rock opera shit, you know, I'm kind of like, I'm out.
Well, hey, it did better than the older ones. The older ones didn't even crack the top 2000.
Yeah, but that shit's cool, much better in my opinion.
Yeah. Fucking awesome, man. I'll tell you how cool it is so good that Ian hates it. That's the stamp of approval right there.
Even White Witch, that song's badass.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, well, I want to see Witchfinder General, like,
boxing
band, metal band.
I'm not into them, man.
You don't love that first album, Death Penalty?
I tried. That's the one where it's like outdoors with
with the naked chick on the cover.
Yeah.
It's so new metal. It's so sad.
Everybody loves that shit. And I looked into it, and I'm talking about looked into it way back in the day. I never bought it, but I knew somebody that owned the record, and he played it for me, and I was like,
if you haven't listened to it in like 10 or 15 years, give it a shot.
Yeah, I haven't heard it. I haven't heard it.
Pretty good.
I haven't heard it.
It's kind of like a lo-fi Sabbath, like just.
Yeah, I've got the first two on mono cassette. It's pretty fucking good.
Yeah. The second one's good too, but the first one's like really good. Yeah.
I dig it.
Ian paid over $200 for those two cassettes.
Yeah, but in Bitcoin, so it's not
very rare.
Okay, he went on the dark web.
All right, well, let's get into the fucking news so we can get to the Beatles here. Hold on, I gotta see what's going on here. All right. Oh, shit.
I'm running news stories, man. I'm like, fuck, dude. Like, I'm gonna go some days now without news. I have almost only News That Matters up every fucking weekday. You know, I give it a break on Thursdays for my live show, but 6 days a week, man.
It's tough to always keep generating news. I mean, the people like Sebastian Bach and Sammy Hagar make it help because they're always saying some stupid shit. That
They haven't lately though.
Right,
but they will. They will soon.
They'll eventually say something. It's like, hey, no one's paying attention to me. I gotta say something.
I was thinking of doing an Only News That Matters celebrating Scott Weiland's sobriety for so many years because he just died the other day. But then I thought, no, people might get offended at that.
Did people give you shit for that post?
You
made that joke. I saw that. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a fucking joke. Hey, speaking of jokes, Rob Flynn joined Violence on stage in San Francisco last night. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did watch the footage. It was cool.
Yeah.
He played it faithfully, so can't complain. Yeah. The guy's good when he does good music.
Yeah, I would much rather hear Machine Head than Violence, but hey, to each their own. But I think it's cool, though. I think, because he wrote a lot of that shit, And
everybody just said he'd rather listen to Machine Head than Violence. And let that be a lesson to all you out there that I am not homophobe, okay? I do a show with this guy.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that's how little I think of violence. Not so much as a, pro Machine Head. But nah, I think that's cool. Joining bands that are making horrible decisions. Voivod is now doing a symphony show. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, not good. No,
Yeah.
no, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah. Neither does anybody else. Neither does fucking anybody else.
I
I
love
hate these
Voivod.
symphony.
Voivod's awesome, but no, not with fucking orchestra.
Yeah. Not how I want to hear Angel Rat. God damn it. Let's see here. What else is going on? Tim Rip Rowan's on VIP meet and greets. If you don't do them, you probably won't be able to tour.
Oh man, I'm gonna say my opinion on that shit. That's a news story I should do for my channel.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know he was
opinions on that. Yeah.
Tim was very vocal on how when KK's Priest did this tour, they didn't do them because KK didn't want to do any meet and greets, and he said he respected KK's wishes, even though he thought it was a mistake. It is a way for them to make money. I mean, as everybody should know, record sales are in the fucking toilet. Concert prices are through the fucking roof. T-shirts prices are through the fucking roof because that's how they're compensating for nobody buying records anymore. So yeah, it is a standard thing now to do these meet and greets. Depending on who you go see is, what you get, I've been to meet and greets that are really good. I've been to some that are piss poor. I know, Ralph, you've had great experiences and piss poor experiences. Edwin and Ryan, have you guys been to any meet and greets, and what do you guys think about that shit?
I've been to I kind of pass. I've been to a few shows with Al Horta where he does it, and I kind of like hang back. Like I'm not like so interested in like meeting people and paying for it. At least for the shows that we went to. I've done. Generally speaking, I'm not into it, but I don't like begrudge people that do it. I went to conventions. Like I did it with Face Freely. But it was like a horror convention. It was a thing called Chillafest, where there's a lot of people from like horror movies and stuff, but it was in Jersey. And some rock shit and some wrestling shit and some porno people kind of jumped onto it. And like Ace, he's like, hey, I can make a buck. So he went down there. He had a room. And that's like, I have a picture where you see me a couple years back where I'm with Ace. So I did it for Ace Freely. So, but generally speaking, it's, it, yeah, no, it's fine. I don't judge people do, but I'm not paying someone just to like shake their hands and get a picture. So
Ryan, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really kind of. First of all, I've always kind of believed that like that old saying, "You don't want to meet your heroes" kind of thing. So like, I've never really been interested in meeting the people musicians I love, but also I go to so many fucking concerts that like. I want to stretch my money on concert. I have a limited budget, but I still go to a ton of shows. I mean, I still go to probably somewhere between 12, 17 shows a year. I mean, at least. So I'd rather spend my money on more shows than, break the budget by spending whatever it is for meet and greets. So no, I've never done one. I've met a lot of guys just being at shows, some of the bands that play clubs and smaller venues. I've met a lot of guys over the years, but I've never paid to do it.
Right on.
I paid a bunch of times. I don't give a fuck. And I gotta tell you, there's two meet and greets I did that I didn't pay. And one of them was the best meet and greet ever was Wasp. Wasp was awesome. They took you on the stage, you got to take a picture with that stupid fucking microphone.
That like bike stand.
Yeah, you got to do a pose in front of Blackie's bass that he doesn't play anymore because he sucks. Blackie Lawless was awesome on those first two albums. Dude, the Widowmaker.
Preach.
I think he looked cooler too. Like the image. It was more like Gene Simmons. It was
and Ross sounded better with two other better guitar players.
And then what does he do? He goes to guitar playing, replaces Randy Piper, and does no solos. Where Randy Piper kicked ass. So both Chris and Randy were doing solos. Now Blackie doesn't do solos at all.
Well, that's because his technicality on the guitar is so low. You know, he's a fucking bass player.
Oh, wait, hold on, I got to fart. Oh, did you hear that? It was a little far. Oh my god,
So
it smells hot.
Did you guys?
God damn, did I eat a dog?
Did you guys see that shit about the Wasp meet and greet where the guy came up and they dragged him away and shit?
Yeah. The guy was kind
Why'd
of.
they drag him away? What did he do?
Well, he went up. Apparently, this guy married a chick that Blackie used to fuck, and she had passed away. And he went up and said, "Hey, do you remember her?" And he was told not to do that, which I think is kind of like, oh god, Blackie is such a fucking douchebag.
He's a diva. He's this fucking
Yeah.
old hair metal diva.
Hey,
Hey,
you know what? He should be forced to listen to
their
He should
music.
be forced to listen to Wasp albums and fucking humble himself. You know.
But I mean, I love especially their like '80s. I love their '80s stuff and some of their later stuff. I like what's the I Hear Black.
Yeah, that sucks.
I like that. I'm with Ralph on that one.
Yeah, you and Ralph.
After that's definitely shaky, but it's just like his ego. You'd like think like he acts like this is what I say about Kiss. Like, yeah, Gene and Paul especially, they have egos, they're divas, but they were a really huge fucking band. You know, I mean, Kiss was this whole thing. They were like the Star Wars of music. You know, Wasp, like Blackie acts like he's like that.
Hey,
you know?
Yeah.
Need I explain to you guys that I was part of Blackie's wrath at one point?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he was a complete cocksucker to me. Yelled at me, wanted to shove my camera up my ass. I have all that footage. But I got to tell you, it was a great meet and greet. And
you said you didn't have to pay for that one.
No.
So-
Michael Brambo got me in.
So that makes it even better.
Yeah, I got it for free, and it was awesome. He came out, he answered all our questions. Maybe 40 minutes with us.
Yeah, I think that format is cool. I mean, if I was to pay for something like for a guy just sit there and do like meet and greet where like you're doing a Q&A and the fans can ask questions and you're chatting with, like, that's cool. Like that's better than spending 10 seconds getting a picture and getting,
he allowed 3 items to get signed. Then you get a picture with him. And then you talk to the guy for 40 minutes. It was I've never been to a meet and greet like that.
Yeah, 40 minutes, that's a different thing. You could actually have like a substantial conversation in 40 minutes.
All the other meet and greets was stand in line, take a picture, and keep moving. I haven't done that many. I did the Ozzy one for my then girlfriend. Ace Frehley, I got in for free. Striper I got for free as well. My friend Danny got me that.
Do you count the vault as a meet and greet?
Yeah. That was an expensive one.
Yeah, that was the most expensive one. That was good. The free boss.
I had a great day, but man, to pay $2,000 for that piece of crap.
Yeah, there's a difference between a meet and greet and a pay and praise.
You know what's crazy about the vault too? This guy, man, I wish he's like TikTok man. I can't get a hold of him. Really cool Kiss fan I knew through my channel. After the vault came out, he sent me a CD of Gene songs that didn't make the vault. Every one of those songs were better than everything on the vault. It's like, really? You're not going to add these songs to your crappy vault?
Did he have the same song, or was it kind of like a random thing? Was it like a random thing, or were the different vaults all the same, or did they have different shit?
No, all vaults had the same CDs.
So he picked those songs.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's saving the better ones for part 2. He's going to double the price and travel pay it.
The better vault.
And I'm telling you, like 90% of the songs on there are things that he's just throwing at the wall to see what sticks.
Have you checked it? Can you like double your money on eBay?
No, I think that shit's funny. 200 now. I haven't
Ken
checked.
Mills might sell a kidney for that shit. You know, you never know.
He's coming down here. He's playing the Fillmore on South Beach, and I'm like, unless he changed that set list.
What band is he traveling with? Is it the same guys that were traveling with Ace?
No, they're different people.
Because Ace basically stole his band.
See, yeah, and I liked when that band played with him because he played Charisma, Got Love for Sale. He did some deep tracks, and now like the set list, he does Ace of Spades, really, and House of Pain, Van Halen, really.
I do like the acoustic version of "She's So European."
You know what's funny? You said that, Ian. He actually played that acoustically at the Vault thing.
Oh my god!
I swear to God, he played "She's So European" acoustically.
Wow!
Like, really?
And you deserved it.
I did. Whatever. Hey,
But,
I don't care. I mean, I'm not. Hey, I'm not. You know, why is it that all you people bitch about? Oh, you pay this, you pay that, and then at the same time you're like, it's a money grab. You all have to go to work. You know why? Because it's a money grab.
No, I like it. I mean, to me, that's like fuck you money. The ultimate fuck you money is that you spend money to do the vault thing. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking do it.
Oh yeah, I did it. I did it to spite Ian.
well, while you're paying all that money to meet Gene Simmons, I'm saving my money to buy Ace Frehley Origins 3. He's working on it now.
Oh wow!
And can you believe Steve Brown is still helping him?
Well, the funny thing, he's covering Trickster.
It's like, really, dude, the backlash of that last album, way more than the people liked it. That shit was terrible. It was so fucking bad. For him,
the last Ace Frehley album. Oh yeah, it's horrible.
The last,
you know what?
Last 3 or whatever, last 4 or 5
bought
years
it.
of Ace.
I got like the first single. You know what I did? I actually sent it back to iTunes. I didn't know I could do that, but I could. I got my money back. It's the only time I did it. I was just like, because I bought like the first single, which I thought was mediocre, but maybe it'll get better. And then when I heard the second song, it was like god awful, and I went and I canceled my pre-order. And I got the money back for the single.
I saw I think there's a class action thing going on. It's like, do you have mesothelioma? Did you buy the new Ace Frehley album? You can sue.
Officially, I did not buy it now. I almost did. It was pre-ordered, but
but the thing I get out of it is it really any worse than any of his other fucking solo albums?
Yes.
Yeah, it's worse.
No, it's worse.
Dude, I love Spaceman, and I like love Space Invader.
Yeah.
I didn't like Anomaly, but
yeah, that's pretty shitty. But I still keep it in my library, Anomaly, even though it's pretty shitty.
You need to leave Steve Brown alone and go back to fucking Todd Hallworth and let somebody who can sing do a fucking song.
But that tells you how bad Ace Frehley album is, because obviously the three of us have like very lowered standards for Ace Frehley. So and yet we're telling you it's his worst album. It's horrible.
Yeah. Terrible. And I'm an Ace loyalist. Like, I mean, he was always my favorite member of Kiss. I've seen him solo, I don't know, probably 10 times over the years. And I've seen him, I mean, I've never gone longer than like probably, other than, the reunion years when he wasn't doing solo shows, I've never gone longer than like 3 or 4 years without seeing an Ace solo show. And they were always solid until about 4 or 5 years ago. The first show I saw him at the M3 Festival, where he was on something. I mean, he can say he's sober all he wants, but he was on pills or something.
Yeah, he's popping pills or something.
He was slurring his words when he was talking to the crowd. He was barely singing. His guitar playing was like, it sounded like a 10-year-old with broken hands.
Yeah, he's all fucked up. His wig's crooked. Yeah,
I'm gonna wait till he puts out like Ace Frehley, the Bob Kulick years, and then I'll fucking buy it.
And then I saw him again at a club 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago or something, and it was the same thing. I mean, his band does everything they can to carry him. They're good. But honestly, the best songs of the night were the songs where he wasn't singing, and the band was just basically playing the songs themselves.
And his set list has been really shitty in the past 5 years. Like he does like Paul songs. Like he does like
He's always done a decent amount of Paul songs, but I mean,
yeah, I
like
think that's
that
cool.
new album is just like, I mean, of all people that you like, I understand a guy in his whatever aces, mid 70s, who just doesn't have the chops to write anymore, who's bringing in somebody to help him out. But like,
Yeah, and the trickster guy.
bringing in a guy whose crowning achievement is "Give It to Me Good,"
Yeah.
like,
I'll be right back.
talking about, like, what has this guy done to make you think that he's gonna like revamp your career at 75 years old? It's just terrible.
Yeah, it's just like well, it's just like he was like popping pills with him one night or something, and they get the idea to do it.
Awful.
But yeah, it was shitty. And
No,
then
the video,
that one good song, that
video
one
with the
heavy song.
aliens,
What was
the
that
video
one
with
heavy?
the aliens and like the blow up plastic guitars, like,
Like that was all horrible. The videos were horrible. It had one decent song, that one heavy song. Was it like "Living the Life"? Or
Yeah, something like that. Run for your life or something.
it had something like "Life" in the title. Like that was good. I was like, hey, that's like a good
Dude,
song.
you know what's funny about that song?
Everything, yeah.
Listen to it again and think AI.
Okay, so he was cheating.
No, I'm not saying it's AI, but to me, that song is so good. I think it's AI.
It's so much better than the rest of the album. It's
And,
suspicious.
and the way Ace sings it is not how he sings.
No.
It's got more forceful energy. It just sounds enhanced to me
Yeah.
big time. And I got to say, I have never missed an Ace Frehley show since Frehley's Common, 1987. I've seen Ace every time he played South Florida after 1987. He's going to be here in February. Not that far from me. It's the first time I'm purposely not going because I'm done. I'm done with Ace.
You should be.
done with it.
I'm the same. I went to that show 2.5 years ago, whatever it was, and I said, that's it. I'm like, I'm done. I'm not paying money for this anymore.
I'd rather go see Jason Becker now. Just saying. I'm just saying. All right, what the fuck else is going on? Let's see here. Oh, Ricky Rocket's stolen drums have been recovered, so we can all rest assured now.
When I first heard they stole it, I go, the fuck, just buy a new one. I mean, those Hello Kitty drums don't cost that much.
Who the fuck would steal Ricky Rocket's drums?
Somebody with a sense of humor.
I guess they identified him because fag was carved on him, shit. So, Ricky Rocket. Let's see here. Nobody gives a shit about any of these stories. I guess a big one that happened since we record. Oh God, this was fucking. Oh God, I'm sorry. We got to bring this one up. Did you see this shit where Billy Corgan is saying Metallica ripped him off?
Yeah.
Sense because it was a song Fuel. That song Fuel sucks, so it makes sense to me.
I know, but here's the funny thing. Like I'm like, I gotta hear this. I gotta hear if it sounds the same. And this song, which I was like, I don't think I've ever heard that song.
What song does he think sounds like Fuel?
It's a song off of Melancholy, which is funny because I bought Melancholy the day it came out.
What a fag.
Yeah,
I know, right? I bought it. I never made it through the whole fucking album. I
really
thought
never.
Never. I tried. I think I've tried twice.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah,
Because there's a couple songs I like Smashing Pumpkins is one of those bands. I love Gish, the first album.
oh yeah, that's my favorite. I love it.
Everything after that, there might be a song here I like or a song there I like, but I can't get through a whole fucking album of that shit. And Melancholy was a fucking double album of shit I couldn't get through. So I never heard this song. Let me click here, and you might, if you're a fucking Pumpkins fan.
Me and Edwin are big early Pumpkins fans.
Yeah, they're 90s shit. I do love their 90s shit. After that,
Tales of a Scorched Earth is the song he said that Fuel ripped off.
That's a heavy song.
It's actually much heavier than a Metallica song.
Well, what's funny, it's heavy like musically, like I listen to it, and then you hear the.
That's just how Billy Corgan sings. That's his voice.
Oh, it sounds so fucking like I couldn't even get through that song to see if it really ripped off Fuel. I was just like,
I think it's very delusional and petty of him. I mean, I don't. Like, I mean, because he's going like, ah, bah, bah, like with the vocals and it kicks in, but like, yeah, that could be a lot of shit, you know? Um, yeah, so I mean, listen, I like 90s Pumpkins and I like that song. I think it's like a raw, cool song and better than Fuel. But, he's one of the biggest wankers in like, music. Like he's really
Oh
brave.
yeah, no, he's a dick. But no,
He's
I
an
got to
old
tell you though, the little bit of that Pumpkin song I got through, fucking Fuel's better,
No,
and that song
no, I definitely
sucks.
go with the Pumpkin song.
That song sucks.
No,
Fuck
I like
Pumpkin.
that song. It's all raw and fucked up sounding, so I kind of like it.
I like
They
that Rat in a
both
Cage
suck.
shit.
Yeah, Ralph thinks both songs suck. We know this.
Yeah,
Yes.
I
But
believe
I
it.
both,
mean,
but
listen,
both are better than 1979 by the Smashing Pumpkins.
Well, I actually agree with that. That was
I,
one of my least favorite songs on the album. Yeah.
I do think Fuel was definitely borrowing some tones from just that kind of era, but I don't
Maybe
think
I
that.
always thought it was a little not as good, mind you, but I always thought it was kind of Motorheadish. Like he was going for kind of a James Hetfield was going for a kind of a more poppy kind of Motorhead song.
It sounds very influenced by the Thompson Twins.
Yeah, I got some Blink
Motorhead
182 vibes off of Fuel. You
Yeah.
know.
I'm gonna.
Corgan's like got real delusions of grandeur. He always bitches about everyone else doing things and
Yeah,
from him. So
yeah, he's
that's
a real cocksucker.
yeah, that's part of his pathology. So
I'm going to throw out an opinion that probably won't go over well with our gracious hosts, but Melancholy is my third favorite double album of all time.
wow.
Ooh,
I like
wow.
it. Well, I don't
Well, hey, you're
like it
right
like
though.
that.
You're right. Because that shit didn't go over well. You're goddamn right. Jesus Christ. Third best double album. Oh,
I think there's a really good single album in that double album.
I think there's a good EP. There's a good EP out.
I'm in
Colin.
between you guys on that one. But I can't believe it. Ian, you can't listen to like Siamese Stream all the way through. That's a damn good album.
Oh, I can't
Fucking
stand
guys, can we stop talking about this?
Ralph's gonna have it.
what's the fucking the abortion song. I can't stand that abortion song.
It's timeline. Smashing Pumpkins is like our REO Speedwagon.
I'm so pro-abortion and I can't stand that fucking abortion song. What the fuck is that? Disarm? Ugh.
Is that about abortion? I didn't know that.
Oh,
I didn't
God.
I'm anti-abortion because I love traffic.
It's all right. That's actually my least favorite song on the album, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, I like Traffic too, but I'm more like Low Spark, Ohio Hill Boys than fucking that shit. God
All
damn.
I know is Cherub Rock is one of the greatest songs from the '90s. I love that fucking song.
Yeah, but I'd take any song off of Gish over Cherub Rock.
Listen. I love Cherub.
I'll take Daydream over fucking Cherub Rock. I love Daydream.
I do agree. Gish is definitely the best thing they ever fucking did, and I don't know why they do, especially nowadays. Why don't they just do a lot of fucking albums?
And I'll take Adore over fucking Melancholy.
I like some of Adore.
I like
I like Adore.
No, actually, yeah. Overall, I do like Adore better than Melancholy. I do.
All right, Ralph's getting upset, so next
Yeah,
time.
Enough Smashing Pumpkins. Moving on.
I'm about to hang up on all you fucks.
Ralph's been doing very good. You've been being very
Let's
glad.
see. This was some shit that was all over fucking Facebook. Didn't surprise me though. Was the canceled tour by new supergroup Category 7 due to lack of ticket sales.
Who's that?
Yeah, that is sad. I would have went. I don't like that album at all, but I would have went because they would have thrown out some cool cover songs and stuff. But yeah, it wasn't coming nowhere near me. But
yeah, I would have went. I mean, I love everybody in that band save for one guitar player, and unfortunately, he's the guy who wrote all the music and the one that ruins the album for me, and that's Mike Orlando. I am not a fan of Mike Orlando. I'm not a fan of fucking Adrenaline Mob, anything that he's been part of. It's just pointless noodling. I love Jack Gibson, friend of the show. We've talked to him a couple times. John Bush is amazing. Jason Bittner is amazing. Phil Demmel is fucking amazing. But yeah, Mike Orlando, unfortunately, it's his passion project, and was very disappointed in the album, and not disappointed. I mean, not surprised that the tour got canceled. Because if anything, they should be opening for somebody, not trying to do their own fucking tour. And it's hard. But I will say, something I think for all tours right now, and I know this doesn't affect Ralph as much because Ralph is retired. Uh, but I moved to like the Seattle area, and I was so excited because all these bands that play Seattle, Legendary Town, yeah, fucking everybody comes here. They come here Tuesday through Thursday, and for people who are still working, uh, it's not good. It's so rare to get a weekend show here that I can go to without missing work. Um, I think that's a big thing because the people who still go to these shows, the metalheads, are older people who have jobs. It's not the blue-haired, painted nails, fucking millennial trans motherfuckers. They're not going to concerts. It's people in their fucking 40s through fucking 60s who still have a fucking job that can't make a lot of these. And I know, Ryan, you say you still make a lot of shows.
Yeah,
Is that issue around where you're at? Is it mostly weekday shows?
no, I actually don't mind weekday shows, but I have kind of a good setup where, like, I work out of my house, so I don't. If I go to a Tuesday night show, I can
Okay.
sleep in a little bit Wednesday. I'm nobody's waiting for me to show up at work at, like, 8 a.m. So
Right. See, I'm fucked. I get up at 3 in the fucking morning, you know, and I don't get home till 5 in the fucking afternoon.
I, I
I work
would I wouldn't
I
be going
work
to a
four
lot of
tens.
weekday shows if that was my schedule.
Yeah, and it's hard, man. It's like, I'm definitely going. I've got second row seats to the new Uncle Acid tour in February. But
Yeah, I'm going to that in New York.
yeah, I have to take 2 days off because, like, technically I could make it there after work, but I've been up since 3 in the fucking morning. This show's not going to start till like if I went to work and went to the show, I'd be falling a fucking sleep dead. So
Yeah,
not only do I have to take the day of the show off, but the day after,
yep.
because so I've really got to pick and choose what I do with taking off of work, and it is a shame that, like, fucking, and I'm not even talking about getting fucked up at the shows, which yes, I'm gonna do, but even if I wasn't, just with my schedule, man, I wanted to go see I mean, all these awesome tours play fucking Seattle, but it's always weekdays. And I think this is something bands need to think about when they do these shows. I know, a lot of these fucking, the county fair bands, like the hair bands, they all do these fly-in weekend shows and play the casinos and play, the fucking weekend gigs. And I think a lot of other metal bands need to start doing that. I think they would get way more people at the show. Think about your audience. These are working stiffs who want to see you, would go see you, but they can't do this shit on a Wednesday night.
Yeah, but I also think it comes down to this, depending on how big the band is. I do think there are some bands that, like, there's certain venues that they want to play, and they're not necessarily offered Friday and Saturdays at those venues. They're offered Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, even here in Seattle, the bands that I want to see, they all play clubs, good clubs, but it's always during the week. It's like, yeah, Metallica comes through, they're playing, Friday and Sunday because they're Metallica. They can do whatever the fuck they want. But shit like King Diamond I missed. Well, I mean, it ended up getting canceled because King Diamond got sick, but you know what I mean? It was on a fucking Monday night, and I got to take the day off of work afterwards. All these other bands, great fucking shows. It's such a fucking tease, like, oh, I have this opportunity that I can't fucking use. But when these bands are complaining, and right now, the economy's in the fucking tank, people are struggling for money to go to these shows in the first place. Everything's more expensive. Drinks, t-shirts, everything is so fucking pricey. You can't ask a motherfucker to miss work on top of it. I just think it's poor planning. But then you run into the thing like every band trying to book weekend gigs is probably not feasible. And what they do is they probably, maximize it, play the biggest markets on the weekend, because then you can play New York, Chicago, or LA on a Saturday. Maximize, what you can do.
But I'll also say this, and it's tough for like, it depends on what kind of band you're talking. I'll give you a good example. Like I'm looking at Ralph's shirt right now. He's got the Queensryche Warning Show. I saw that tour 2 times, and they were both weeknights. And the same venue I saw Queensryche at on like a Wednesday night, I just took my parents to see an Eagles tribute band. My parents are 84 and 80 years old, and they love the Eagles. So I took them to this tribute band at the same exact theater on a Saturday night. And the Queensryche show was about half full. And the Eagles tribute show was packed, like sold out, packed. And I honestly think the sad reality is for a lot of those like venues of that, we're talking about a 1,500 seat venue.
Yeah.
Like they're going to get more ticket sales for a tribute band on a weekend than they are for like the, 2 original member Queensryche. And so the 2 original member Queensryche plays on a Wednesday.
There's a cover band down here. They're amazing. They're called Made of Metal. We played this Club Propaganda. Roughly about 200 people came to see us. Made of Metal played there the following week. 2,000 people. A tribute band.
Yep.
People like to sing along, especially the Bridge and Tunnel crowd on the weekend. They want to sing along to songs they know.
Yeah, but the thing is that, my band does original music and I'm the front man. And they still get more people and I'm in the band. Amazing, right?
Crazy.
Wrong. Just wrong.
That shit bruised the fuck out of my ego.
Well, look our buddy Dick Twatkins. His band's touring,
they're opening for the Guns
N' Roses tribute band.
Although they're smart, they latched onto a good tribute band because people love that fucking Guns N' Roses shit.
And did you guys hear? I went to go see them and they weren't there.
Yeah, that's lame, man.
Like me and Al Horta almost went, but Mick actually, we found out beforehand about it. Unlike you, Ralph. Sorry, that's
I went there to surprise.
We were gonna try to surprise him.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the fuck up.
Ralph, are you ever gonna try to surprise someone again after that experience?
No. He comes again. I'm gonna go, hey, are you coming this time, motherfucker?
You need a confirmation like that afternoon.
And the fucked up thing is the Guns N' Roses tribute band was only playing Shit Off Spaghetti Incident.
I like that you didn't stay. Didn't you say you didn't stay for the Guns N' Roses tribute band?
I laughed.
Fuck that shit.
But I felt bad because then Mick said, oh, that guy that plays Slash in the Guns N' Roses tribute's a big fan of your channel. And I was like, I would have stuck around for him. I didn't know. I just found out they weren't playing. We left. I mean, it was far, man. Let me go get some more of my legal street drugs in liquid form.
All right, let's see. If
Any other news, Ian?
Let me close out one last thing on tribute bands because I just saw a tribute band last night and a high. This band easily my favorite tribute band out there. Get the Let Out. Who's a Zeppelin tribute band. They're a Philly area band, but they play all over the country. They play about 130, 140 shows a year. And they are cool as fuck. They don't dress up to look like Led Zeppelin. They're a 6-piece band that basically looks like the Black Crowes playing Led Zeppelin. And they play it incredible. And the coolest thing about them is I've seen them. I actually know the bassist and they're local guys. So I've met them a bunch of times. And you will never see the same show twice. And they play deep track after deep track after deep track. I've seen them 15 times. And I think they've played like every single Zeppelin song outside of maybe 7 or 8 songs in the times I've seen them.
Hopefully those 7, 8 songs are on In Through the Outdoor.
They don't actually have too many deep tracks, Led Zeppelin. What is that, 6 songs?
No, but it is cool. I mean, every night they will play any. Like last night, they played Black Country Woman. They play some deep. They played
Bonzo's Mantra.
No, they do not play anything.
They play Hot Dog.
Yeah, they have. I've actually. That's when I go get a beer.
Wow.
Exactly. That's what everybody else does.
Talk about being a completist.
The best tribute band I ever saw in my life, and I don't think I'm ever going to see a tribute band better, was a band called Black Cat. I don't know why they were called Black Cat. Makes no sense because they were a Black Sabbath tribute band that only played Volume 4.
Oh, really?
And
For real?
every song on Volume 4, they did their own. It didn't sound like the original Black Sabbath song. They did it their own way, and
That's
it was amazing. I mean, all songs were different, but really good. And I was like, this is a tribute band because they don't go out there and play note for note shit like, like fucking.
They played FX acoustic.
Huh?
They played FX acoustic.
Yeah. No, they didn't play FX, Ali, but they played everything else. And they did it differently. I filmed like a couple songs and I have it up on my YouTube channel. I thought they were phenomenal.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
And I thought I was going to go see a Black Sabbath tribute doing Volume 4 because this was Churchill, very close to my house. I was like, oh, fuck, I'll go see a tribute band doing my favorite Black Sabbath album. But they came out and like at first, when they were playing Tomorrow's Dream, I was like, well, this ain't Black Sabbath and this ain't Volume 4. And then when the vocals came in, it took me half the song. I was like, that's Wheels of Confusion, And then at each song, Tomorrow's Dream, Changes was pretty heavy. They did like a heavy version of Change. It was phenomenal, man. That's a tribute band. Somebody that does, because that's what I like about my favorite tribute songs. Typo Negative's version to Black Sabbath, phenomenal. And it's nothing like the original. Jimi Hendrix All Along the Watchtower. Nothing like the original. But
Van Halen, yeah, it's like when they make it their own. That's
Van Halen, every fucking song.
Yeah. Van Hagar, nothing like the original.
That's right. I'm gonna check out. I'm gonna look at your YouTube channel for that chick because I love to see it. I love the idea that they're just inspired by Volume 4 and do their own thing with it. That's awesome.
Yeah. I forgot what songs I filmed. I filmed a couple of songs and I put up on YouTube because I was just so blown away. And that, that's a tribute band, if you ask me. A tribute band does their own thing to, somebody else's music.
Oh, well, speaking of tribute bands, before we get in the last story, did you guys see this shit all over the internet about there's some like huge Journey tribute band and the lead singer just quit?
Isn't it
talking about like he's going to be the new singer for Journey? Like they're going to get rid of the fucking Guatemalan kid and get this guy. And he was got like apparently he applied to Journey before they took Arnell, and Neil Sean shut it down because he said not only does the guy sound too much like Steve Perry, he looks just like him. It's like a look-alike, and he's like, no, this is too much, we'll get taken to task for this shit. But he recently left, and apparently they're like the biggest Journey tribute band, and they do very, very well, have a big following. And there's all that shit about Arnell struggling at Rock in Rio and shit like that. And he even put up that thing on Facebook. If it made people vote, I'll step down from the band. So be curious to see what happens. Who gives a shit, though?
Another, I never seen this tribute band, but I saw it on YouTube and it absolutely blew my mind, was a tribute band called the Gramones with a G. Dude, Not only did this guy look exactly like Joey Ramone, he sings. I mean, dude, you watch this footage, you think Joey didn't die. I mean, this guy sounds exactly and looks like him. On top of that, long and ganky, tall. The Gramones, check that shit out on you. I've never seen that band, but boy, I would love to.
Any of you guys ever seen Zach Sabbath?
I saw him once. I saw it.
He just canceled 2 shows tonight.
I saw it, and I had a very bad experience where I'm never giving a penny to Zach Wild ever again. And I'm a big fan, but fuck him.
Now, because he's doing a tour with.
It was great. It was a great show.
He's doing a tour of the Iron Maidens, who I've seen before, and they're good. The girl Iron Maiden.
I saw a horrible Ace Frehley tribute band called Trickster. They opened up for Kiss on the Revenge tour. It was pretty fucking bad.
I saw a horrible Ace Frehley tribute show that was actually Ace Frehley.
All right. Well, last story before we get into the Beatles. Something that happened since our last episode is Nico McBrain stepping down from Iron Maiden. And I just saw Iron Maiden, a couple months ago here in Tacoma. And it was a great show. I mean, other than the set list, because half of it I could give a fuck less about because all that shitsitsu shit. But I'm glad I got to see Nico one last time. But I'm cool with them stepping down, and I think it's an admirable thing to do. Drumming is obviously the hardest job in a band, especially as you get old. And I'm not talking about like playing like Peter Criss fucking Gene Krupa shit. I'm talking about metal drums. And I'm glad he stepped down. He is a fucking legend. And I'm excited to see what they do without him. Now they said that he's stepping down from live shows, but he's not out of the band. So if they do record another album, hard to say if it's going to be Nico or if it's going to be this new guy.
No, it's going to be Nico.
And I think it's kind of, that's fine because he has a million chances to get the take right,
They said it. They said that he's still part of the band. He's just not touring with us no more. They said it.
Right. But this new guy that they got, I think a lot of people were probably expecting that it was going to be a name drummer, somebody that's already established. And it turns out to be this guy who's the drummer for Steve Harris's side band, British Lions. Kind of uneventful.
They should have got Alan Schwartzberg.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know who they would get. I mean, it kind of makes sense in a lot of ways. Hey, get somebody you don't have to pay a lot of money to. You get even more money, you get Nico's share and you divide that up between the other 17 of them, But I don't know, but it should be interesting for this next tour, which I hope comes to us because it's all going to be 80s Iron Maiden.
Yeah, I'll definitely be going to that tour.
So I hope that comes around because, god damn, the show I just saw would have been great without all that fucking new Iron Maiden songs they played that fucking suck cock.
That serves you right for going.
Yeah, I'm not a big Summer in Time fan, and I don't like any of their new stuff. So this tour,
yeah, no, I love Somewhere in Time, but I mean to hear like a little bit off the first album through Seventh Son, I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm all about it.
I'll probably go to the New York and Philly show for that.
But kind of uneventful that it wasn't like a named drummer, but let's see what this guy does because, one thing I've done ever since this Maiden show, well, even before it, man, I've been on a Maiden kick lately. The first album through Somewhere in Time. And I've even listened to some other shit, like trying to like give other shit another chance. But man, I've been listening to a lot of Nico's drumming, and that guy was a fucking beast.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I've just listened to Power Slave for the gazillionth time the other day. The whole album, and I'm like, god damn the shit this guy did back in the day, is just amazing. As much as I love Clive Burr.
Well, I think Clive was a better fit for the original version of the band. I think Nico was a better fit for what they turned into.
I'd rather see Smashing Pumpkins.
Yeah. Well, Chamberlain is a fucking amazing drummer. No matter what you say about Smashing Pumpkins, you got to give it up to Jimmy Chamberlain.
I'll give it up to Jimmy Chamberlain. I'll give it up to fucking who else? Who else is a great? I'll give it up to Prince. Great guitar player. I'll give it up to Prince.
He plays drums too and bass.
Yeah, and the cock.
Yeah, and I will say this: Darcy's a better bass player than Joey DeWapo from Manowar. So
hey, look. Number one, it's not true. But even if it was, dude, I don't give a fuck how well they play their instrument. I give a fuck how well they write a song. That's why the Sex Pistols are in my top 10 greatest albums of all time. Those fuckers didn't know how to play, but they can write the fuck out of a song. And it's like, like Prince. Oh, he's this, he's that. But what about the fucking songs? What do you mean?
Well, I think he wrote great songs.
Yeah. The songs are pretty good.
That's
all the guitar pyrotechnics in the world don't mean dick.
Exactly.
I tell you, to bring it back to Nico, controversial opinion. I don't know if it's controversial. I don't know. I think Ralph might kind of have my back. Obviously, Ian likes Nico better than me. I'm not a fan. I mean, yeah, Power Slave, like he's good enough, but I'm a Clive Burr guy.
Me
like,
too. 100%.
He has so much more feel. To me, it's very similar to like Dave Holland after Les Binks.
Yeah.
It's just like Nico's very mechanical to me, and he just doesn't have the same groove. Or even I would say Eric Carr after Peter Criss, who I think is the best of those replacement drummers, but there's just a swing that's lost.
Yeah,
I don't like.
Eric
I feel like maybe
I think we all agree Dave Holland sucks better.
Like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Like, yeah, he fits their new music, but yeah, that's part of the problem. If Clive Burr stayed in the band, it kind of would have forced Maiden to still make.
Well, that's why I would like the new drummer versus Nico on the new album, because I think Nico's drumming has been suffering since the fucking 90s.
Oh, well, yeah, it's only gotten worse. So, yeah, I mean, a new drummer that maybe tries to sound like Clive Burr could be better.
it could be like when Scott Travis joined fucking Priest. I mean, what a kick in the ass it was after the whole Dave Holland shit.
That was an improvement. No Les Binks, but he was an improvement on Dave Holland.
I prefer Dave Holland
over Les Binks.
No, than Scott Travis.
Oh, you're fucking nuts.
Well, I mean, Dave Holland was a drum machine half the time.
Scott Travis is technically better, but I don't think they've done any album as good as Screaming Defenders.
Well, the albums are better, yeah.
That's Dave Holland, man. Yeah. I prefer Dave Holland's drumming on albums that Travis did.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. And
not a lot of people would disagree with me on Screaming for Vengeance. No, you won't. You love Scream. You'd take Painkiller over Scream for Vengeance.
Oh, I misheard you, yeah.
You would?
Screaming for Vengeance fucking owns fucking British Steel.
But does it own British Painkiller?
Yes.
Of course it does.
Hold on, what's the question?
Does Screaming for Vengeance own Painkiller?
Oh, man.
Songwriting wise, yes. Yes, I'll take Screaming for Vengeance.
Of course. And that's Dave Holland. Case closed.
No, yeah, it's a songwriting.
I'm with you on that, Ralph.
Huh?
It's a songwriting. It's not the drumming.
I'm with you on that.
Well, we'll never know.
All right, you two get a fucking room. All right, let's talk about the fucking Beatles. Huh?
Let's do it.
Fucking Beatles. How the fuck do we do this shit? Oh, my God. How do you talk about the band that has, like, no bad fucking albums? Is there another band that has no bad albums?
Armored Saint. That's the only one I can think of.
I'd say they only had 5 albums. I'd say if you count like Van Halen, it's just David Lee Roth Van Halen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can't though. You can't.
Technically, you can't though. I'd say the Police, even though Synchronicity is my least favorite.
I like
a good album.
It's my least favorite, but yeah, they had a great discography.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's a bad album.
I think Ghost of the Machine's got a lot of weak shit too. But
Ghost of the Machine has a lot of good shit though.
Yeah, but it has fucking Invisible Sun and
yeah, I don't like Invisible Sun either.
Oh, Demolition Man.
Yeah, I don't like Demolition Man either.
Okay, you're a tough customer, Ian.
I like the single off of Ghost of
the first 3 fucking Police albums set the bar so fucking high for me. Nothing could fucking match it. You know?
But the second one's definitely my favorite. I think most people.
Oh, mine too.
Yeah, the second one's the best. But
we're talking about the fucking Beatles here. The greatest band of all fucking time. If you disagree, you're wrong.
Yes.
But I think that's something like it should be a matter of respect. You know, it's like there may be a band you like better than the Beatles, but you have to admit they're the fucking best.
Hey, my favorite bands, Black Sabbath in the 70s, Merciful Fate in the 80s. The Beatles are better.
Yeah. And that's I've always said the greatest band in the world is the Beatles. My greatest rock and roll band is the Stones. The greatest American band is Real Van Halen. But the Beatles, man, it's just when you come to songwriting, impact on music, impact on culture, the world. There's nothing that touches the Beatles and masters of fucking songwriting. You talk about like getting into a fucking science. The fucking Beatles, man. Get the fuck out of here. Beatles. So this is hard. Like, how do you rank this? And it's also there's such there's two distinct eras of the Beatles. There's like pre-Rubber Soul and after Rubber Soul. And it's the same band yet it's different. And their impact, but I really think these guys do not have a fucking stinker. They're the fucking Beatles. God damn. So who wants to fucking go first here and say which one is the fucking worst, which is like saying like the least best.
No, I think the worst is the worst. I have no apologies. I do not like the album.
Okay.
You want me to say it? I only like one song off the album. That's it.
Go for it.
Yellow Submarine. Hey Bulldog. That's it. Fuck Baby You're a Rich Man. Fuck all that shit. I don't like All You Need Is Love. I hate that fucking song. So that's my least favorite is Yellow Submarine. Only one damn good song on it. The rest is fucking garbage.
How are we doing this? Are we going to do like each of us list off our like 13 to 10 and then how are we doing?
Yeah, we should probably each do our 13. Like Ralph just said his least favorite, then we'll each say our least favorite, then we'll go to 12, then 11. I think that makes the most sense. What do you think, Ian?
I don't give a fuck. I'm drunk.
Oh, so he's on board with that. I'll say that. Hey, that Hey Bulldog though is a pretty awesome song, isn't
I
it?
love that fucking.
Yeah, that song's like one of their best fucking songs.
You know what's fucking stupid though is that they edited that part off of Yellow Submarine, the movie.
Yeah, the original. There is a later version that has the deleted scene.
Oh, I didn't know that because I bought the Blu-ray when it came out and didn't bring the scene.
Oh, they didn't do that? Yeah, there was a version that
DVD, yeah.
Director's cut. It was like double dog chasing John.
Yeah. You can see it on YouTube.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, that was like the best fucking song on the album. So
Yep.
to me, the Lady Madonna single should have, because that was recorded at the same time. That should have been the A side, should have been Lady Madonna, and Hey Dog should have been the B side. So that Inner Light shit. That would have been like an awesome fucking A side, B side Lennon McCartney single. But for whatever reason, they didn't fully appreciate Hey Bulldog. Yellow Submarine is not my least favorite. Now I will say this. I'm just gonna say this. For years, people watch my YouTube channel. A lot of people know I have
You know what? I kind of remember.
Yeah, okay.
Favorite. I ain't gonna say what it is, but it's goddamn shocking.
Well, it's not shocking because I have changed my opinion. This is a different ranking. I normally for years I've had a very, very, very popular, well-respected Beatles album as my least favorite album.
Yeah.
But I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind this week. Okay. It's still lower than most people would put it, but it is not the last. In fact, everything except for the top three is different. And in fact, I made this list like I wanted it to be very fresh and raw, like in the moment. So
all right, stop fucking with me. What's your least favorite album?
I'm going to tell you in a minute. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I'm putting some candlelight on, Ian Wadley. Okay. So, getting you in the mood. So what I'm saying is I made this list 2 hours before we did the show. And then an hour before I was listening to this album, I was like, oh, fuck it. This album's got to go higher. So this is a very fresh list, goddammit. Like I changed it. But even though I'm not like Ralph, I don't think anything here is bad. But if I had to say it's a least favorite, my least favorite right now, as of this moment, I'm gonna go with their first UK album, Please Please Me. It's good, it's really good. I don't think it's the strongest debut ever. I think the Capital US version of Meet the Beatles, which we'll talk about a little bit more when we get to With the Beatles, is much stronger as a first album. But Yeah, Please Please Me is definitely the album I listen to the least. Now, there's some great fucking songs on it. I love the cover Anna. Beautiful song. Beautiful. John Lennon's vocals. I Saw Her Standing There, it's great. And, there's some really good shit on it. But overall, they do some poppy shit, like some singles that I feel like they're just doing because, like, the record label wanted them to do some Burt Bacharach songs, that Taste of Honey song. Like, there's just some shit that doesn't feel like it's totally them and totally rock and roll. And so, yeah, of all the, and there's nothing like, short of like Anna, there's really nothing I really love on it. So, yeah, so I'm going with Please Please Me. That's my least favorite. I also prefer the single version of Love Me Too to the album version that's on this album as well. So, Please Please Me is now officially my least favorite Beatles album, but still good. Still a good album.
All right, Ryan. I hope you don't say some stupid shit like that. What's your least favorite?
Yeah, I mean, Yellow Submarine. I mean, I honestly, I don't even know why it's included in the studio albums. I mean, it's a 4-song album if you're talking about Lennon McCartney or Harrison, written songs. Half the album was written by George Martin just for soundtrack for a cartoon. Like, it's not even a Beatles album to me. And I agree with Ralph 100% that Hey Bulldog is the only, like, Northern song is okay. I can listen to that song. I do dig that song, but Hey Bulldog I like a lot. But other than that, I mean, I literally don't even think of it as like a Beatles album. It's just like it was the only reason it was recorded is they had to get done with their commitment on the record label so that they could go everything over to Apple. It's a throwaway. And I mean, you look at when it came out. It came out in January of '69, and it's right on the heels of Hey Jude and the White Album, and it's like, I mean, they had just unloaded, double album with 30 songs, whatever, and they had nothing left to even hand to that album. It was a throwaway. So, I mean,
Derek Taylor's liner notes for Yellow Submarine when it came out were talking about the White Album. Like in Yellow Submarine, if you read the liner notes from Derek Taylor, he's talking about, yeah, this is like the new soundtrack for the cartoon. But anyway, let's talk about the White Album. And then he goes on and talks about the White Album. So that kind of sums it up.
Yeah, to me, it's a throwaway, and it's an easy number 13 for me. It's obvious why they didn't have much left to give to this album.
All right. Well, 3 of us are right, and 1 of us is wrong. Yeah, Yellow Submarine, and that's something I asked you guys before we started recording. Like, are we even counting this? Because, like you brought up, Ryan, I mean, it's half of it is just instrumental shit for the cartoon, which I love. By the way,
but they didn't even write that. Like, that's all George.
Oh no, I know. It's all George Martin, but no, I'm just recommending anybody watching this to take psychedelics and watch it because I think it's a good watch. With some really
greatest
cool
thing I've ever seen on acid is Yellow Submarine the movie. Greatest thing ever.
Oh yeah, and I also I'm a big fan of the Beatles cartoon.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I loved it. I used to watch that shit when it was new because I'm old as fuck.
No, I watched it on TV.
I didn't watch it when it was new, but they did do reruns in the late 70s, early 80s.
Yep.
And I remember when Jimmy James Schwartz, his son Jack, when he was real little, I downloaded all of it, like the best quality version you could get. I got off the internet, and I loaded it up on this little turtle USB drive, and I gave it, and I sent it to Jimmy Schwartz.
He's a good dude. I like that guy.
Jimmy's the fucking best, man. But he said Jack loved it. He would just sit there, they'd plug it into the fucking Blu-ray player and shit and watch and he would watch them over and over. Love it. But yeah, I recommend the movie. But yeah, the album leaves a lot to be desired other than the classic that is Hey Bulldog. I mean, that is just, God damn, how did that not make another album? Or, they saved it for that. But I mean, this band was that fucking good. I mean, once you start digging into like past masters and stuff that didn't, that you just assume were on an album, but they weren't. They were just singles. I mean, these guys' singles were fucking phenomenal. Hey Bulldog's a fucking classic. The album as a whole, not so much. I mean, it's great when you watch the movie, but just to throw it on and listen to, not so. The closest thing they have to a turd, but like Ryan brought up, it's like, how can you really judge this as even really a Beatles album? So I'll go into my next one. What do I have at number 12? This might shock some people. Because here's the thing, after Yellow Submarine, I really love all these fucking albums, but you have to put them in some kind of order for this. And my number 12 is the third album, Beatles for Sale. Love it. Great songs, and No Reply. I'm a Loser. Follow the Sun. I mean, 8 Days a Fucking Week is on here. Some great shit, decent amount of covers. It's just one of those, like, you gotta put something somewhere. You have to put these in some kind of fucking order. I love this album, but it would be my number 12. Edwin, what kind of crazy fucking conspiracy theory you got going on now for your fucking 12, Mr. Please Please Me is fucking horrible.
Did you know under Edwin's hat he's got aluminum foil? Did you know that?
Yeah.
Not say it was horrible. I just said it's my least favorite. Okay, listen. Yellow Submarine. Yeah, listen. I don't even have the George Warren shit. I just made an EP out of the original songs that are on it, and there's like four. Anyway, so the four songs. This is the thing. The reason why number 12 is Yellow Submarine, so yeah, I didn't put it up that high, is the reason why I put Yellow Submarine ahead of Please Please Me is because Hey Bulldog is more awesome than anything on fucking Please Please Me, in my opinion. Plus, unlike you guys, I really love those two George Harrison songs. I think Only a Northern Song and It's All Too Much are like really fucked up, cool mid-60s psychedelic songs, and like really psychedelic, like not that Broadway Pepperland shit on Sgt. Pepper, but like druggy, like early Sid Barrett, like Pink Floyd kind of druggy shit. And also like It's All Too Much has like crazy feedback, like Hendrix shit on it and stuff. And I love those two songs. And just those three songs alone, even though again, I love Please Please Me and Anna is like one of my favorite covers. I just those three songs on Yellow Submarine give it a slight edge. That's it. That's mainly Hey Bulldog, but I also like those George Harrison songs. So that's the only reason I give it a slight edge. But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong if you think Yellow Submarine's their worst album. It's not even a real album, so yeah.
All right, Ryan.
So 12 for me is Please Please Me. Please Please Me, March 63 this comes out. It's 2 months after the single Please Please Me came out, which was huge in UK. Listen, they started out, these first couple albums, they went with this, it's a very kind of like, it's obviously they were kind of like, there was like a formula they were coming up with, and it was first two albums, 14 songs, 8 originals, six covers. And in general on these albums, I prefer the originals. Some of the covers are cool, but like these early albums are the few where there's some genuine stinkers to me, like stuff that like, I listen to it on vinyl and I'll let it go through. But if it's on if I'm listening to digital, it's getting forwarded. But like there's some awesome stuff on here. Like the cover of Twist and Shout is all time. You hear the stories about John singing that in the studio and just blowing out his vocals, and you can hear it and how much he's screaming. And for an early album like that, I mean, you're talking 1963 here. That was heavy at that point. That was like, there weren't a lot of bands like playing stuff that heavy at that point. And Saw Her Standing There is good. I like Misery. Please Please Me, it's a great single. But overall, this album, I just think it was a little too kind of like soft with the way it was produced and everything. It didn't capture the kind of edge they had in the taverns and the clubs that they were playing at the time. If you hear live versions of the stuff they were playing at this era, it's a lot heavier. It has more of an edge to it. And this album just sounded way too polished and poppy for what like they were as a live band at that point. And I think it just loses a little. It doesn't capture that. So, and I'm going to break Edwin's heart here because I have some genuine stinkers on this album that like,
Yeah, Anna's a beautiful song.
Anna, I can't stand Anna.
Oh, that's beautiful. I'm with you on Misery. I actually agree with everything else you said. I agree.
The whole go to him. Like I just
Lennon's vocals are beautiful on it. I think it's very
Chains,
soulful.
which is the first Harrison.
Yeah, that's not so much.
I
Boys
hate
is kind of,
Chains.
I
You
don't know.
want to know a secret is just a throwaway to me.
Not bad. I think it's a nice melody.
But again, it's this 8/6 model, 14 songs. Listen, for a debut album, and if you take it into the context of what was going on in music at that time, it's fucking brilliant. It is all-time classic. But it's their worst formal full studio album.
Yeah, well, I think there's a reason why the US they decided just to use one song on the debut. Just saying, because it's all about the next album, in my opinion. But we haven't gotten to that yet. So
That's my 12.
All right, my 12, and before I even tell you my 12 proves why Ian and I are the podcast kings. It's for sale. No question about it. But I'm a little more negative than Ian is about this album. I love No Reply. I love I'm a Loser. I love Baby in Black. I hate rock and roll music. Fuck Chuck Berry. I love I'll Follow the Sun. Worst song on here, Mr. Moonlight. Fucking can't stand it. But a close second worst is Kansas City. Hey, hey, hey. I hate that fucking shit. Love 8 Days a Week. Words of Love is a good cover, Buddy Holly. Honey Don't is stupid. Every little thing is a little too schlocky. I don't want to spoil the party. These nuts. What you doing is in. It's okay. And everybody's trying to be my baby fucking sucks. But there's a lot of good shit I like on this album. But Please Please Me's better. And with the Beatles, all that earlier shit is better than For Sale. And I agree with that dude, man, right there. That
This is why you guys have a
podcast
podcast.
dude. All right. So I go now to
11.
let me find the
It
record.
goes to 11.
Let me talk.
I feel like we're going to agree more when we get to the top five, but here I feel like there's going to be a lot of different opinions.
Okay,
Yep.
well, here I'm going with the next one with the Beatles. I like it. I love It Won't Be Long Now. All I got to do is okay. All My Lovin' is fucking awesome. Don't Bother Me. I fucking love that song, and I'm not a Harrison fan, but that's the first George Harrison written song.
Yep.
And it's fucking amazing. I love it. He comes out of the gate, and then what happened? He started to suck after that. But Little Child sucks. Till There Was You was okay. Please, Mr. Postman. The way John Lennon nails that fucking song is ridiculously awesome. Again, fuck Chuck Berry, Roll Over Beethoven. Hold Me Tight. You really got to hold on me. It's okay. I Want to Be Your Man. I don't care. Devil in Your Heart. I don't care. Not a Second Time. I don't care. And Money. I don't care.
Wow, you don't like Money?
Nah.
Shit out of that.
No.
I don't like that song
It's
either.
good, but I don't like the song itself.
Yeah, the song's
Same here.
Money makes it better.
Yeah. So yeah, with the Beatles would be my number 11. Ian?
All right. Well, my number 11 is the debut. Please Please Me. And again, I really liked. I mean, Jesus Christ! I saw her standing there. Please Please Me, Love Me Do. Twist and Shout. Amazing cover. Good album, man. Great album. And again, like Ryan said, you got to think about for the time compared to what was coming out, what their competition was. Um, not too long after this, you'd have the Stones coming out, and their albums were even more covers than what they were doing here. Those first four Stones albums, a lot of covers. Um, I love it. I just like everything else better. But I think this is a hard one to properly judge unless you were there, and I think that's a thing. I mean, just holy Christ, if what an introduction, what a great album. I love it, but the rest I love more. So Please Please Me is my number 11. What do you say, Ryan?
I got With the Beatles at number 11. To me, With the Beatles is just like a next logical step from Please Please Me. It's a very similar. Again, it's the 8/6 breakdown, originals to covers. In general, I like the originals better. Same thing with Please Please Me. There's a couple decent covers on this, but I think like I love It Won't Be Long opening this album because I think that's like one of the, at that point it was the heaviest song that they had recorded, and it did kind of capture that hard rock, that club vibe that they had. So I love that as an opening song. And I kind of wonder if they almost did that purposely as an opening song, because I could see them being like, that first album didn't really like, capture our heaviness. And maybe they wanted to like open that second album with like, a punch. And I love that song. All My Loving, I that's like, to me, that's kind of a pivotal moment specifically for McCartney. I think it shows a huge progression in his songwriting from the first, couple singles in the first album. That song is like kind of next level. It's not as simple as the stuff they had, but it's not as much an imitation of their, influences as the stuff before that was. So, I mean, I think it's kind of like a big, like, turning point in his songwriting and the Beatles in general. I agree on the first, George Harrison written song. I do like Don't Bother Me. That's a good tune. And I actually do like the cover Roll Over Beethoven. I think that's kind of just a solid, go-to cover for George on this album. Hold Tight, solid. I love I Want to Be Your Man. That's one of my favorite songs in this album. Couple stinkers. Till There Was You is just a horrible, sappy, terrible ballad. It's a bad song. It's a bad.
I love that shit.
I love it. I love that song.
I hate it. And I don't even really like. I do like John's vocal on it, but like I don't love the song "Wait a Minute, Mr. Postman" to begin with. So like that's just kind of a skip to me. And "Devil in Her Heart" is fucking terrible. But other than that, it's a next logical step. It's you see where they've grown a little bit. But it's the same kind of, structure as the first album. They're kind of imitating the first album. But it's solid. And you also with the Beatles, this is a different time. You always got to keep in mind like what like singles were coming out at the same time. And, like She Loves You came out like a couple weeks before this. And then I Want to Hold Your Hand came out right after it. So, these albums are interesting because initially they weren't putting most of the singles. Some like they Please Please Me they put on there, but like at this point mostly they were doing singles that were standalones and the albums that were standalones. And there's a little mixture coming up, but for this is November 63. This is 8 months after Please Please Me. It's the next logical progression, and it's solid, but it's not, they haven't hit their stride yet.
All right, I'll go next. My next one is the first album. I love this album, but it does have clunkers. I saw her standing there. What the fuck was as heavy as that at that time? Rock Around the Clock is probably the closest. But that's the heaviest goddamn song ever written in 1963, up to 1963. I love Misery. I love Anna, and I really love Chains. I love George's voice. I want to tell you, pretty baby. Love the hell out of that song. Boys and Ask Me Why and Please Please Me, kind of, sort of. Love Me Do, it's okay. P.S. I Love You, Baby It's You, I don't care for it. Do You Want to Know the Secret? I don't care for it. Taste the Honey is the worst song on here. There's a Place, whatever. But I love Twist and Shout. Does have a lot of clunkers, but I think the songs that I like on here, I like more than with the Beatles and For Sale. So I absolutely love Please Please Me. All right, Edwin.
All right, my number 11. I'm the first guy to bring this up. Okay, I like this album a lot. Like we're getting to a point where I love this album. I love all these albums from this point to varying degrees. Even one that I used to say I didn't love, I decided I loved. But this album, I gotta admit, I think the songs are solid. It's a pretty solid album, but it's more about that I just like the sound of late 80s Beatles. That's the only reason why I put it where
Late 80s Beatles.
I mean late 60s Beatles. So I've been drinking. Late 60s Beatles. I'm saying I like the sound. I hear it's not their best songs, but I just like the sound of late 60s Beatles. And this is Let It Be. Yeah, Let It Be is 11. It's a great rootsy sounding Beatles album, and it sounds like an inferior, like somewhere between Abbey Road and White Album is an album that's not as good as either of those albums, but it is that band. It's that band in between Abbey Road and White Album. So how could it not love it? But I just think all the songs are better on all the other albums. But this has been higher on my list. Just right now, it's just not one I go back to. I like the Naked version, but I do like the Phil Spector version the best. I think he did elevate the songs. He kind of made a little more out of it. It has some great stuff. But it's definitely not a Beatles album. I kind of go to it after I've listened to some of the other albums too much, and then I go to Let It Be. It's a good album.
Edwin, you give one more answer this fucking dumb. I'm going to replace that fucking Smoking the Bandit picture.
Let It Be is not considered one of their best albums.
Ace. Okay.
The Beatles themselves didn't even like this album.
Oh my god. Okay.
And again, I'm not saying it's bad. You know, Ian, you're the guy saying, hey, none of these albums are bad.
But that's dumb. You proved me wrong. You proved me wrong. I don't like that.
All right.
Oh, well. I still love you.
All right. Where do you get to my number 10?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
All right. No, go ahead. Fucking,
No, I don't want to disrupt the flow.
Go to 10, Edwin.
All right, fine. Okay, number 10. Okay, this is the album that I used to say for years was my least favorite.
Yeah, I remember this.
But I decided it breaks my top 10. So good on you. Okay, listen. Objectively, I hear it's a masterpiece. I recognize it's a masterpiece, all right? But it has 3 songs I don't like. That alone makes it like it's lucky to get into the top 10 with the Beatles because none of these other albums have like 3 songs I don't like. All right, but all the other songs are great on it. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, I used to always say this was my least favorite Beatles album, but I decided I was being a bit of an asshole. All right, so it's number 10 now. All right.
Can I interject here really quick and give a very ironic fact? You invited me and Ralph on your podcast to discuss this album.
Before. Yeah, the 3 of us have all. Ian, you were the odd man out here, but we have already discussed Sgt. Pepper before. And back then I said it was my least favorite Beatles album. I even put fucking Yellow Submarine ahead of it. That was kind of a dick move on my part. I admit. But
hot take.
That was a hot take. I've calmed down. Listen, there's some hokey shit on this. Like I hate
Sgt. Pepper's at your number 10.
It's number 10. It's a strong number 10.
Hey,
that's like saying Van Halen 3's in my top 5.
It has some great songs. I love Lovely Rita. I love it.
Edwin. it's you're number 10. You're still a dick.
To me, it's just a little too polished. It's like the Beatles go to Broadway. It's a very busy production. It's 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 not really rock and roll. It's just, I don't know, in my opinion, it's all right. I like my psychedelia a little more fucked up and a little crazier than Sergeant Pepper feels like the psychedelia for the straights. In
Are you
my
drinking cognac or White Claws? What the fuck is going on there?
I tell you, Sergeant Pepper to me sounds like psychedelia for the straights. It's all right. It's no like Piper at the Gates of Dawn or the Doors' first album or Are You Experienced? To me, it's not like that. It's all right. It's good. It's ain't fucking half the album Revolver is. To me, Revolver. We'll get to that later, obviously. But that's like the real fucking rock and roll psychedelic fucking album, and maybe even the album afterwards. But I know Sergeant Pepper, it's good. There's some good songs on it. I mean, it's fucking Lennon McCartney. They couldn't write a bad thing. But it's not, I
There's a
don't like
couple good ones on there.
Good Morning annoys me. In that Harrison song, that long, boring Indian song. Not a big fan of that song. So there's three songs. Otherwise, everything else is great. I love Lucy Sky. Ringo fucking saves the album with fucking his great vocals on, you know, with a little help from your friends. It's a good album. It's a good album. That's a masterpiece that changed culture as we know it. So yeah, it's good. But it's definitely not one of the Beatles albums. I don't like crank Sergeant Pepper a lot. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So there. But it's number 10. So, it's slowly climbing up there.
All right, Ryan, what's your number?
My number 10, and we're going in chronological order from
Did you
me.
do your 11?
What's that? Yeah, I did my 11.
Okay, everyone did their 11? I don't know. I felt like it jumped ahead.
I did
Am
my,
I
yeah, we all did.
Okay. Go ahead, then. My apologies.
that was your 10, right?
That was my 10. Yeah, I did 11 and 10.
Okay. Yeah. So my 10 is Hard Day's Night. Again, I'm going to sound repetitive here, but it's very similar in my feel. Like the progression from Please Please Me to With the Beatles is very similar to With the Beatles to Hard Day's Night. Hard Day's Night, very important fact here, is the first Beatles album that has no covers on it. All Lennon McCartney songs. And I think it's kind of obvious that they maybe weren't quite ready to fill an entire album with their own stuff yet, and especially with what a pace they were writing shit. I mean, it's just crazy. I actually like wrote out like a timeline of like all their singles and albums when I was kind of preparing. We were supposed to record this 2 weeks ago, so I've had extra time to kind of like do deep dive into something that I've already been deep diving into for my entire life. And it's just crazy when like you look at the timeline of how much shit they were putting out in such a short time. This is 64, their first album in 64, and released in July. And it's, again, next logical step. Love the title track, absolutely love. Should Have Known Better, love. If I Fell, incredible song. Man, I love her. Great ballad. And also, we can't go too far without mentioning that this was the first Beatles movie that was attached to it. And I love the movie. I mean, I saw this I didn't see it in the theater, obviously, when it originally came out, but I couldn't even tell you what year it was. It was probably like early 80s. It was re-released in the theater. My mom took me and my brother to see it because we were just like Beatles freaks. And I had it on DVD the second it was released on DVD and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, this is next logical step. Can't Buy Me Love is terrific. Anytime at All, good rocker. Things We Said Today, great song. This was the first one where like I don't really have any songs that I hate, but some of the stuff at the end, When I Get Home, You Can't Do That, I'll Be Back, they're just kind of eh. But yeah, I mean, they were getting better each album. with the Beatles just a little better than Please Please Me, and this was again next logical step. Like it, but I haven't gotten into that zone yet where like it's like an album that I've listened to nonstop my whole life.
All right, my number nine's the same.
I didn't do my 10.
Oh, go ahead.
My 10 is With the Beatles. Uh, Love this one. I just think it improves on Please Please Me. Uh, I mean, it won't be long. All my lovin'. Um, you know, I love Hold Me Tight. I want to be your man. I dig it. I just think, yeah, it improves on Please Please Me. But that is my number 10. And Ralph, you want to go ahead with your number 9?
No, you go number 9. Then I'll go.
All right, my number 9 would be Help.
Oh,
Yeah.
you call me fucking crazy.
Yeah. I gotta agree with that one.
Nah, I love Help. It's just we're at that part where they're all good albums. There's just shit I like better. But I mean, Help. Let me see here. Oh my God, the title track. You gotta hide your love away. You're gonna lose that girl. Ticket to Ride. Not a big fan of Act Naturally, but I love me some Ringo. It's Only Love. Just Seen a Face. Yesterday, I acknowledge the brilliance of Yesterday, but I never need to hear that song again. I'd rather hear Dizzy Miss Lizzy, you know. I love Help, you know. This is where it gets to where I'm like, I love them all. It's just there's shit I love better. But a great album. Great album. I love Help. What's your number? What is it? 9, Ralph.
My number 9 is Hard Day's Night. I love this album. Let me go through the track listing. The fucking title track rules. I should have known better is awesome. If I Fell in is awesome. I'm happy just to dance with you fucking sucks. Fuck George Harrison. The right Beatle died. All right.
That song is awful.
Yeah, it's horrible. And I love her. Fucking beautiful. Tell Me Why is awesome. Can't Buy Me Love is amazing. Anytime at All I Love. I'll Cry Instead. That's like the dark horse on this album.
That's a great song. Yeah.
Things We Said Today. That song's very special to me because the very first time I saw Paul McCartney, I was front row at the Joe Robbie Stadium, and that was the first Beatles song he played that night. He opened with, I think, My Brave Face, but then he went into that song.
Oh, that's awesome.
Blew my mind. I don't care for the rest. I don't care for When I Get Home. You can't do that. I love on Anthology. I don't like it here. The Anthology version is raw without the background vocals. You know, where I think George and Paul ruined that song. You know, when they repeat what John's saying, where the Anthology version doesn't have none of that repeat. It rocks. It's an awesome song on Anthology, but I don't care for I'll Be Back. But yeah, number 9 is Hard Day's Night. All right. Edwin, give us your number 9.
Well, it sounds like 3 of us all had the same number 9. It's A Hard Day's Night. I love this album. At this point, now that we got past Sgt. Pepper, all these albums are awesome in my opinion. I love A Hard Day's Night. However, I mean, it's great. I love all the songs. Things We Said Today is my favorite early Beatles song. Like, it's my favorite song from like the first 3 albums. I love that song. I Cried Instead is great. The title track's great. You know, If I Fell, beautiful. Lennon could really write a ballad. People kind of think of McCartney as like just the ballad guy, but goddamn, could Lennon write a beautiful ballad? It's a great album. It's a perfect album. Actually, that's my only issue. The only reason why I put the 8 ahead of it is A Hard Day's Night's a little too perfect Just a little bit of the problem I have Sergeant Pepper. Although obviously I like this album better than Sergeant Pepper because it rocks a little more. But A Hard Day, and it's a little catchier. But it's a little too pristine. It's a little too perfect. I like my Beatles just a little more, I don't know, scrappier. It's not really dark, with the exception of Things We Said Today and I'll Be Back. It's a little too bright and poppy, but still, it's an amazing album. You could say that this is like kind of objectively, especially Lennon, like his first real full streak of genius as a songwriter. It is their first album without covers, and it's really impressive. You could tell like bands like Cheap Trick and stuff like love this album, and I feel like kind of a dickhead making it nine, but I just happen to love the eight albums ahead of it more. But it's a great album. But A Hard Day's Night is definitely my ninth favorite.
All right. Ryan, give
Ryan.
All right, my number 9 is Help. I know I'm going in like almost exact chronological order here. So one album I skipped that'll come a little later, but Help is great. Great movie. Well, I mean the movie is okay, but it's just got like they're definitely progressing as songwriters here. I mean, Help is brilliant. I love The Night Before. You've Got to Hide Your Love Away. I mean, that's next level, big time. This is where you see John like really, really coming into his own as a songwriter. That song is fucking brilliant. And the thing that's so cool about these early Beatles albums, and there isn't a song over 2.5 minutes. And what they pack into these fucking 2.5 minute songs is just fucking crazy. I mean, it almost seems like to a point like they're making epics within like 2 minutes and 30 seconds. There's so much going on. It's so far above what was going on at the same time. It's so good. Middle of this album struggles a little bit where like, I need you, another girl, you're going to lose that girl. They're all just kind of but then it closes really strong. You get Ticket to Ride. I'm with Ian. I do not like Act Naturally, but It's Only Love is really good. I've Just Seen a Face is brilliant. And Yesterday, we're all tired of it, but nobody can deny it's I think the most covered song of all time. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant, early glimpse into, Paul becoming, in my opinion, the greatest ballad writer of all time. But yeah, I mean, Help is unbelievable. It's crazy to think that this could be their ninth best album. But to me, it's their ninth best album, but it's fucking amazing. And again, just timeline. I always like to look at fucking timeline. This is August 65. It's right after, great little, double single of Help and I'm Down. I love I'm Down, which isn't going to be talked about because it's a single, but I have to throw that in there. That's a great fucking song. And there's a really cool, anybody that got into the Beatles anthology stuff, the Beatles anthology DVD has a great version of I'm Down at Shea Stadium where like I've heard this described before by John, where like John was getting so kind of fed up with their live acts because they literally couldn't even hear themselves play, because everybody has to understand, like, this is 1965, and like the technology of amplifiers and everything was not great back then. And when you're playing in a baseball stadium with, I don't know, 50,000 people there, and they've got these little pissant amps of that time, they literally couldn't even hear themselves play. And you watch this video of him, and he said he was like literally almost like losing his mind on stage, or he's just acting like a total fucking goofball. He plays the keyboards on I'm Down, and he's playing it with his like elbows. He's making like, if you ever see like John makes these dumb kind of goofy faces a lot in the videos that you see, he's doing that stuff. And like it's the beginning of the end of them playing live, I can tell you that. But just kind of a cool note for that like time period of what they were going through at that point. They were already mega stars. Beatlemania had already happened, and they're just kind of living through it and playing, Shea Stadium and Candlestick Park and these fucking crazy shows where they can't even hear themselves playing because the girls are just screaming. Just like the mental image I get of that era, it's just fucking crazy. And you knew when we get a year later where they just stop touring. You understand it when you watch videos like that because it was just like mayhem. It wasn't like a great like sounding show or like.
Well, unless it's in Japan, that's a great performance because
Oh,
all
but
the Japanese people were behaving, they were
yeah,
quiet.
they're
Yeah, they
sitting,
behave themselves in Japan.
quiet.
Yeah.
They played well. They played really well in Japan.
Oh, I'm not knocking their playing, but I understand where like they all were
Oh,
like,
yeah.
we didn't hear ourselves play.
No, yeah, the other shows, they were screaming. They didn't know what was going on. But in Japan,
Well, it's like my grandpa said: you drop a bomb on a motherfucker, they'll calm the fuck down. Yeah.
But honestly, my mom, who is 80, she saw the Beatles in 65 and she said, I love the Beatles. She said, but the show itself, she said, I literally couldn't even hear them.
Toxic femininity. Now, let me just tell you something. Seriously, imagine if there were clips from 1965 where it's a bunch of men all screaming for this fucking Supremes and they were like grabbing Diana Ross and like, grabbing her. People would be shocked by it. They'd be like, "Oh my God, that's horrible. It's fucking rape." But it's all right when a bunch of fucking women do it, I guess. They were fucking treating the Beatles like pieces of meat. It was horrible.
Terrible.
Horrible.
Well, I got a bootleg of a Man of War concert where all the guys are fucking each other in the ass and they're all screaming so loud you can't even hear the fucking Orson Welles introduction. You know,
But that's all right. It's
You missed
consensual. We're all into it equally, though.
you mispronounced Men at Work.
Hey, that's enough overkill from you. All right. So we all did our number 9.
I did, yeah. Number
All
8.
right,
All
Ralph, do your number 8.
right, my number 8 is Let It Be. Let It Be. I'm glad it wasn't the last album it was the last they released, but I'm glad it wasn't the last thing they recorded because it's got genius shit. And yes, I prefer the Phil Spector version. I have Let It Be Naked. It's all right, but I'm too used to, the angelic vocals on Long and Winding Road. I love Two of Us. Dig a Pony's pretty cool. Across the Universe is awesome. I Mean Mine is a surprisingly pretty good Harrison song. Dig It's pointless. Let It Be I love. Maggie May sucks. I got a feeling, dude, have you seen that Get Back 12-hour thing? I own it on Blu-ray. Dude, after watching that, I really hated I Got a Feeling because they played it so much it drove me nuts. I love One After 909. I have a bootleg Beatles CD of them recording that way back in the day. I could be wrong, but I think it's with Pete Best. I could be wrong. Love Long and Winding Road. For You Blue sucks. And Get Back, I know it's one of their popular ones. I'm kind of like, I don't hate it, but I don't really love it either. So yeah, my number 8 is Let It Be.
Nice. All right. Well, my number 8 is A Hard Day's Night. I love this fucking album. I mean, the title track, If I Fell, and I Love Her, Can't Buy Me Love, Things We Said Today. And I don't get all the, like, for You Can't Do That. I fucking love that shit. Keep That Bitch in Her Spot. I love that fucking song, man. I know Lennon's like, oh, massage that. Fuck that shit. You beat Yoko with a fucking lead pipe. I don't give a fuck. Love that fucking song. Love this album. I think it's great. I'll take it over Help, even though I love Help. I mean, I love all this shit. We're, like I said, I think we're all at a point now where we love all of these albums. Even the ones we were like, and we still love them. But I'll take this one over Help. Might be weird to you guys, but that's why my list is better. I dig it. That is my number 8. Edwin Kinastracci, what is yours?
Okay, this is one you and Ralph have already talked about. Ryan hasn't yet. I know this is one that me and Ryan really like. It's a dark horse. You already probably know what I'm about to talk about. This used to be higher on my list, but it has kind of dropped. It has its flaws, but goddamn, the first half I really love, especially the first three songs. And that's something that kind of gives it an edge. I'm talking about Beatles for Sale. I know it's a dark horse album. A lot of people say it's the weakest of their early albums, but goddamn, I mean, No Reply, I'm a Loser, and Babies and Back. I mean, those three songs alone, kind of like, those are, at that point, that was like the greatest three-song run of the Beatles at that point. Those songs are amazing. I do love rock and roll music. I think it's better than the Chuck Berry version. I think that's one of their best covers. The other covers I don't think are so hot, and that's another reason why I put this other earlier album ahead of it because I thought the covers were better on it. But I still love Follow the Sun. I actually don't hate Mr. Moonlight. I know everyone hates that song, but
I don't.
I really love John's vocals on it, especially that scream he does in the beginning, and I like the organ sound, so I like that song. And I don't want to spoil the party. I think is a cool song, and this in 8 days a week. The second half is not as strong as the first half, in my opinion, and that's why it's at 8. But I still love this album. I really love this album. I think it's a cool, moody, kind of dark album that slowly you can hear a little bit of the Help Rubber Soul era kind of coming in a little bit, a little of that Dylan influence. It's coming in, and that's the thing. And especially Babies in Black, to me, that is the greatest Lennon McCartney harmony ever. And they recorded just like they did at Shai Stadium in the studio. They recorded that in one take, just the two of them singing into one mic. And I think that's the greatest Lennon McCartney harmony ever. So, I mean, I really, really love this album. But I decided that there were 7 albums I loved
Little
more.
known fact, that song was written about Andrew Jacobs' wife getting fucking train run on her by the
Man,
Harlem Globetrotters.
wow, what a blast from the past that was, Ian.
His wife's a whore.
Yeah.
Ryan T. Russell, what you got?
Wait, Ryan, we don't hear you.
You're mute. I don't
Unmute.
unmute yourself. Hello.
What happened?
See where it says audio? Hit that.
All right, sorry.
Okay,
Oh.
sorry.
Yeah, I got the same number 8 as Ian. I've got Let It Be. Let
That
It Be.
wasn't my number 8.
Was it your 9?
That was Rouse.
Oh, sorry. So Let It Be. This is one of the. There's a lot of albums that are going to come up in my rankings over the next like 4 or 5, where like you have these albums where the high points are just unbelievable, but there are some admittedly low points, and like Let It Be is the ultimate example of this because the good stuff to me is as good as they've ever done, and especially after watching, Ralph already mentioned the documentary, and I thought that was fascinating. I mean, it's long and tedious, but if you're a real Beatles fan, it is fascinating. Just that fly on the wall, watching them record what wasn't just Let It Be, it ended up being the majority of Abbey Road, and like that session that they did to get these songs ready where they were really trying to come back together as a band and trying to write songs the way they used to write songs and all that stuff. Like that plays into kind of like why this album, it's obvious, it being released well after it was recorded, after Abbey Road got finished and all that stuff. But man, I mean, the highs on this, Two of Us, unbelievable, Love Across the Universe, Let It Be, and the two ballads from Paul here, Let It Be and Long and Winding Road. Not just two of my favorite Beatles songs. I mean, they're seriously two of my favorite songs of all time. Just brilliant ballads, gorgeous, and Let It Be Naked is interesting, and it's and especially seeing the documentary, hearing kind of the roots of all these songs before they were flushed out and put orchestration behind them. But man, at least those two songs, I wouldn't change a thing with the Spectre versions. I mean, they're brilliant. The orchestration is perfect. Those songs are fine being a little over the top. fine being, with the strings and all that stuff. They're great. I mean, who can you really question Long and Winding Road and Let It Be? I mean, they're fucking perfect. And I like some of the like old school. I love One After 909. That almost sounds like going back to the beginning of the Beatles. And that's what they were trying to do at this point. They were trying to like kind of reconnect in that way that they had been when they were younger, because they knew it was falling apart. Like the White Album sessions were crazy. Ringo quit for a while, and you watch the documentary, you see like they almost lost George. They almost lost. It's crazy what was going on with them at this point. But Let It Be is still, I think, in a weird way, a perfect kind of closing piece, where it was kind of out of place in the time it was recorded or whatever. But it was, 1970, after they had already broken up. But I love Let It Be, and from this point on, I mean, I absolutely love every one of these albums that we're going to talk about.
All right, my number 7, and I got to say, before I tell you the name of this album, some of the albums I already mentioned have more songs I like than this album. But this album, the songs are so strong.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, there's that push and pull of like, do you take an album that just has like 4 unbelievable all-time great songs, or do you take the album that's a little more consistent?
Yeah, the songs are so good. It's why I put Paul Stanley's album over Peter Criss's, where I like more Peter Criss songs than the Paul Stanley album, but the 2 songs on that Paul album are so strong.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah, I actually agree.
And the same goes with this one. Has a lot of clunkers, though, more than most. But the songs, man, I'm talking about Magical Mystery Tour. I'm the Walrus is one of the greatest Beatles songs. Hello, Goodbye, I put up there. Strawberry Fields. Love Penny Lane. I love Your Mother Should Know. I love Magical Mystery Tour. I love Fool in the Hill. The rest can suck my dick. Fuck Flying. Fuck Blue Jay Way. Fuck Baby You're a Rich Man. And especially fuck All You Need Is Love. All you need is love these nuts. But the reason why it's all the way up at my number 7 is because of these strong songs. So there you go. My number 7 is Magical Mystery Tour. And by the way, I love the film.
Yeah, the film's cool. I think it's underrated.
Hell yeah. It's awesome.
Yeah, cool shit in it. Yeah.
All right, that is what. Do I go again?
No.
I didn't do 7 yet. You want?
Okay, go for it.
I'll go. Okay, this is an album that obviously I like more than everyone else here. Okay, but I'm gonna make a case. I think this album is fucking awesome, and it's with the Beatles. Now, let me say, definitely my favorite of the early. I don't know. Some might consider Help an early Beatles album. To me, that's a little transitional. That's a little like close to the Rubber Soul era. So it's hard to say. If we're talking pre-Help, there's no question about it. With the Beatles, is my favorite. To me, I mean, if you listen to it, it's like proto power pop. Like this is a perfect. Like Please Please Me. Ryan was talking a bit about how like it felt like they went a little poppier. Like the studio, like the label pushed them a little poppier, and they weren't like quite what they were in the clubs. With the Beatles, sounds like this is closer to what they were in the clubs. Like it's a little harder, it's a little more rock and roll, it's a little darker. I think these are their best covers. Please, Mr. Postman and Money, and You Really Got Hold of Me, I think are their 3 best covers. Like John singing is so powerful in those songs and so soulful, much better than that cream puff poppy stuff they were doing on Please Please Me, in my opinion. Plus, I also agree with what Ryan said about All My Loving. To me, that's like the first ingenious McCartney song. Like, I saw her standing there as a catchy little tune, but compared to All My Loving, it's like night and day to me. Like that's next level. And it Won't Be Long's amazing. I love the 2 moody Lennon ballads, All I've Got to Do and Not a Second Time at All. Not a Second Time. Great. And Kurt Cobain talked about Meet the Beatles as one of his favorite albums, and Cheap Trick and Devo and The Cars. Like to me, I think one of the great lost albums is the American version of this, which you just got on vinyl, Ralph, which is Meet the Beatles. It's similar to like AC/DC, if like High Voltage. Like High Voltage is really TNT, the Australian album TNT, but with like two songs from the Australian High Voltage, and
That's a
that's a
good analogy.
yeah, it's a much stronger debut. Like in the same way, like the AC/DC really kind of got their sound down on the second album. I think like that's the lost great first album in America is Meet the Beatles. It's a really strong debut because you only have the Lennon McCartney songs from With the Beatles, plus the catchiest song from Please Please Me, I Saw Her Standing There, plus I Want to Hold Your Hand, and an amazing B-side, This Boy. I mean, when you look at that track listing, it's like that's a pretty fucking good debut. That's a much better debut than Please Please Me, in my opinion. And
And
that's
it's
the
better than with the Beatles.
I actually, as much as I loved With the Beatles, this is the one scenario where I think the Capitol album's better. I think
Agreed.
Meet the Beatles is like this great lost album. That's the one time where Capitol kind the US got it right and made a better album. They made a better album out of the first two albums and a single. And but either way, this would be my seventh favorite Beatles album, and to me, and I also do love "Don't Bother Me." Great George Harrison song. Sounds a little proto Ramones even. It's a little punky. This whole and I love "I Want to Be Your Man" with Ringo. I mean, it's to me this is like the real shit. This is like real rock and roll, and I love this album. And I think it's one of the best fucking rock and roll albums of all time. So there you go. So that, and it's only number seven. So how great is this fucking Beatles band that I think one of the greatest fucking rock and roll albums of all time is number seven. So not bad. Not bad, Beatles. There you go.
All right. Jim, you did yours, right? Your number seven? Or Jim, Ryan?
Ryan. It's not Jimmy James. It's Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
no, my number seven is an album you guys have already talked about is Beatles for Sale. And I will actually say this album at times has been as high as number six on my list.
wow.
But it goes back to exactly what we've been talking about, where it's tough balancing these albums that like maybe be a little more consistent, but don't have the high peaks. Whereas I think Beatles for Sale is like a total precursor to Rubber Soul. I think that Help is probably is not probably is definitely a more consistent album, but I think Beatles for Sale, the high points, man, No Reply, I'm a Loser, and Babies in Black, to open up an album with that after what they had done prior to this, it was a like not just like taking a next step, it was like skipping over two steps. And like this was as big a progression as they made as any time in their career, to my point, to my opinion. Like just listen to those songs and just like the topics they're talking. Everything prior to this was, Hold Your Hand, and it's all love songs and very simple. And this was where they started to get that they definitely were listening to Dylan, and they definitely wanted to start writing like a little more darker and a little bit more not just like all from a perspective of girlfriends and love. And this is some dark shit for that time period. You start off writing the three in a row: No Reply, I'm a Loser, Baby in Black. They're all dark songs.
Yeah.
They're
No
all
Black
really
Stalker song. You ever listen to those lyrics? It's a
Yeah,
fucking
and I
stalker.
mean, it was such a step for them. They hadn't written songs like this before, and it definitely in the middle of the album. I'm not going to disagree with you guys. Like Mr. Moonlight and Kansas City and all that. Like those are throwaways to me. Like I don't need to ever hear them again. But I'll Follow the Sun is really good. I think Rock and Roll Music is a solid cover. 8 Days a Week, incredible. And like that intro and outro of 8 Days a Week, like I'll put up there with like just the most iconic like chords ever recorded in music history. It's just such a cool. And the thing that's so weird about it is like that little like thing they do is the intro and outro there doesn't have all that much to do with the regular song, but it's just so cool that they kind of open and close that song with that.
Yeah,
um
it's kind of like a little subtle hint of psychedelia.
Yeah, they really were starting. But you know, the other interesting thing about this is Help comes out before it, and it's the first album. Or no, I'm sorry, Hard Day's Night comes out before it, and it's the first album that they have where it's all originals. So you could tell they were maybe out of the songs that the originals they had because they went back to this 8/6,
Yeah.
8 originals, 6 covers, and the covers really do drag this album down.
It does drag it down. Like a picture, if they had like 4 or 5 more songs of the same quality of the originals, forget about it. It would be the Rubber Soul before Rubber Soul.
But
But
why I have this that hard? I've had this kind of, it's like a living, breathing thing. I have my Beatles 100 on my iPod, whatever, iTunes, whatever you want to call it, and I'll switch it up from time to time. But I just have a lot more songs from this album than I do from the first, you know, the other early albums. Like, and even towards the end here, you get to their originals. Like, I absolutely love Every Little Thing. I Don't Want to Spoil the Party. Then you get like Everybody's Trying to Be My Baby is trash. What You're Doing, Love. So like, this is just a total story of me on this album. Of the originals are a real precursor to Rubber Soul. I mean, and in fact, if you were just taking the originals here, I like them as much as the originals on Rubber Soul, but the covers absolutely drag it down. But that's the only reason it's not higher, and that's why it's my number 7.
All right. Well, my number 7. Ralph, you already did your 7, right?
Yes.
All right. My number 7 is Let It Be. Apparently I like it more than you guys. I love every song on Let It Be. And I need to watch Get Back. I haven't watched it yet. I get weird with Beatles shit, man. Beatles shit makes me melancholy. I get sad a lot when I listen to the Beatles for such a happy band. I think it just makes me hearken for a simpler time, a better time. So a lot of times Beatle music can make me sad. So I haven't watched it because I'm a bitch. But I love Let It Be. And as a matter of fact, I have a bootleg that is all of the recordings from the Let It Be sessions. It's a 14 CD set. And I've been like compiling it on iTunes because I like to put everything into like one file. And I've done the first 4 discs, and I'm at 107 songs and 5 hours and 5 minutes long. So you can only imagine when I'm done with this shit. But if anybody wants it, hit me up. I'll send it to you on Dropbox when I'm done with it. But I love every track on this. I'm a big fan of Let It Be Naked, too. I think Let It Be Naked's awesome. While I love Let It Be as it is, I like the shit stripped away. Fuck Phil Spector. I mean, he's done some great shit, too, but he looks like Sammy Hagar sounds. I don't care that he shot women. It's his hair that offends me, you know, and too much orchestra shit. But I love Let It Be. I mean, you know it's good when I even like the George Harrison song on it. You know, I love I Me Mine.
Good too.
Yeah, I love everything on that. One After 909, I love, you know, the throwback to that. You know, fucking, it's great. It's great. Yeah, I'm glad it's I Me Mine versus Across the Universe or Rain. Can't stand either one of those.
You don't love Rain?
No.
Oh,
No, not a fan.
Are you?
That's the big shocker of the fucking night.
I'm kind of with you.
That's a top 20 song for me.
That seemed like that'd be right up your alley.
I'm with Ian on that. I'm not.
You don't like Rain either?
Oh, I love Rain.
That fucking bass line, doom doom, and it's all fucking.
Hey man,
up and
it's
rocking.
a song, man. It's not bass lines or whatever. The drums are pretty cool on that song.
Yeah, well, that's half the song. Drums and bass. That's half the fucking song.
But overall, it's just Paperback Writer owns it.
Yeah.
To me, that's one of the great A side B sides. I mean, I don't know.
I'm sorry. To me, I'm sorry. George Harrison is the fucking Ace Frehley of the band.
That's a John Lennon song.
He's
right?
nothing without fucking Steve Brown. You
Yeah,
know?
but Rain's a John Lennon song, actually. It's I don't know. I love that fucking acid drenched like mid.
I thought Rain was a
I
Steve.
think me and Ryan on board on this one.
Rain's a top 20 Beatles song for me.
I thought Steve Brown wrote Rain.
Yeah, me too. Rain's a Harrison or a Lennon song.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
It's so bad. I thought it was a Harrison
Hey,
song.
if I could, make Sergeant Pepper number 10, I guess you guys could not like Rain. So that's fair.
Yeah, but anyway, I love Let It Be. I think it's fucking awesome. You know, is it the way I wanted, them to end as a recording band? No. But I dig it. I love it. Love Let It Be Naked. Love everything about it. And one of these days when I'm not such a bitch, I'll watch Get Back.
Yeah, Ian, you got to watch that at some point. I mean, especially if
Yeah.
you're that big a fan of like the whole Let It Be like process and everything.
Oh, yeah.
The other thing that's really cool about that documentary is it's not just Let It Be songs. They're working through not just Abbey Road songs, but they're also working through songs that ended up on George Harrison's solo albums, Paul solo albums, John solo albums.
Yeah.
It's crazy in that writing period that they Let It Be.
No, I need to check
not
that. I
just-
love anything on the Beatles, man. I remember like when fucking Anthology came out, and it's funny because that was a thing like, even though we had cable television, the big three networks were still a big thing, and I was like fucking 22 and everybody I knew, we were all glued to like the 3 nights of Anthology. And I remember being excited to get off of work to go like when the first Anthology came out, when the next one was going to get released, when part 3 was going to get released. Amazing time, man. Beatles are fucking timeless.
Yeah, and the cool thing about the Beatles, like they're so big that like I feel like, I've been into them since I was basically like literally a little kid, but like there's always been these things, whether it's Anthology, whether it was like Beatles 1, whether it was like even when like the Beatles like rock band thing came out, or like when they started doing these, Martin remixes and all that, there's always something that kind of reignites like the national or international, interest in the Beatles. And every time one of those things comes up, like as much as I've never stopped listening to them, it always kind of reignites me and I start digging into this thing that I never saw before.
But it's unfortunate we're at the end of that. I read an interesting article a couple of years ago that they were talking about how this, the generation that's up now, what are they, the blue-haired fucking Zs or trans, whatever the fuck they are. They're like, this is the first generation where the Beatles don't matter.
I don't believe it.
And I do, though. I really do, because, like, I work with a lot of young kids, and they're all fucked.
Yeah, but what other band can you name that lasted 60 years?
Oh, no, I get that, but what I'm saying is, though, that their end of relevance, I think, is here, unfortunately. I mean, maybe
it don't matter. It doesn't matter. We're almost
no, it doesn't matter. I'm glad I'm going to be dead soon. Seriously,
it doesn't matter.
It's terrible.
I've got 4 kids between 26 and 18 years old, and they all love the Beatles.
I have way many more kids than that, but I don't know none of them. All right, let me go next because I got to take a piss.
All right.
My number, what is it?
6.
Number 6 is Help. I feel is the most underrated Beatles album ever. I think this album's phenomenal. Help, Hard Days, The Night Before, You Gotta Hide Your Love Away. Fuck, I Need You from George Harrison again. Fuck him. Another Girl I Love, You're Gonna Lose That Girl I Love, which is a weird track listing, if you ask me. They should have spread those different. Ticket to Ride's phenomenal. I love Act Naturally, man. That's like my favorite Ringo song. And when I saw Ringo live, the one and only time, he played that song, and I was very happy. It's Only Love, probably the most underrated tune on here that John Lennon hates.
Love it.
You Like Me Too Much is not bad. That's a Harrison song that's okay. Tell Me What You See is okay. I Just Seen a Face may be my favorite on here. I love Yesterday. I don't care how many fucking times I hear that song. I love it. And Dizzy Miss Lizzy just sounds like, look, we need to write something quick. It's not really, I don't think it sucks like a Harrison song, but it's whatever. I got to take a piss. That is my number 6. I haven't mentioned Sergeant Pepper yet.
Yeah, although Ralph, I'm gonna tell you right now, I got the same number 6. All right, number 6. Help. Yeah, it's Help. I tell you, Help. This is the thing about Help. It used to be a little higher up on the list, like lower, or however you want to fucking say it, but it wasn't as high as this. But this is the one that I moved up like an hour before we did the show. I was listening to it and I was like, God damn, fucking Help. It's fucking amazing. I mean, yeah, even there's some tracks that you can say are like fluffy kind of filler tracks. They're kind of poppy, but even they have this kind of wistful kind of mid 60s country rock vibe that I just dig. Like this sounds like the album right before Rubber Soul. Obviously, we all have a very high opinion of Rubber Soul. That's obvious. So, and this is the album like right before it, and it sounds like it. So it's one of those albums where it's like, yes, it's a lesser, poppier Rubber Soul, but it is the album right before it. And when it's great, like you were saying, Ryan, about those 3 songs on Beatles for Sale, where it's great. It's like at that point, it's their best songs they had written. You've got to hide your love away. I've just seen a face. The title track's amazing. And even some of the poppier stuff, like You Gotta Lose That Girl, the layers of the melodies and harmonies, they're doing like Beach Boys type shit on it. Like this is overall, you can just hear the band has evolved at a different point. And I'm with Ralph. I do like Act Naturally. I like a lot of country music, and I think Ringo had a really great voice for country. I dig that early '70s country album he did, Boo Coops of Blue. I think is really cool, and I like how he sounds on that. And yesterday, I was with Ian for many years. Of Yesterday, it was like one of those songs I could not listen to. But fortunately, I have not listened to Yesterday for about like fucking 5 years. So I somehow avoided it for like 5 years, and it came on today when I listened to Help, and I was like, God damn, this is a beautiful, bittersweet, perfect fucking song. I can understand why it was an instant standard. It's like he just wrote a fucking instant standard. Sinatra and everyone would be singing it like a year later, and it's beautiful. And it's like it's an amazing album. I admit I agree. Kind of objectively, I agree with Ian like that. Like Hard Day's Night's stronger, but it just happens that this is closer to the era of Beatles that I love most. That I really love this mid '60s era that we're getting into, and Help is like where it's really transitioning. It's like Beatles for Sale was a jump, and then Help's a bigger jump, and then obviously they'd making yet an even bigger jump with Rubber Soul. But it's that moment. It's that moment where you kind of hear and fucking Ticket for Ride. Like that's like the first kind of vaguely psychedelic rock song, you know? And it's like they're about to make that jump, and there's just something really exciting about the album and bittersweet, beautiful, wistful melodies throughout. And I just love the sound, the acoustic guitars, they're singing. And I was like, fuck it, it's my number 6. I love Help. So there you go.
Awesome. Ryan?
My number 6 is Sergeant Pepper. This album is kind of like shifted back and forth for me over the years, but like actually, when we did I don't, Edwin, you might be able to remember this. What do you know how far back it was that we recorded that episode of your podcast where we did this album?
It was like 3, 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
It started kind of with that, and it was right around the time that, like, the remix and everything came out.
Yeah, it was one of the first Rocco Overview podcast episodes. But yeah, we actually had to split up into 2 episodes because you, me, and Ralph talked so much about the album that we had to split up into 2 episodes. But
yeah, so anyway, I mean, like, I will fully acknowledge just I mean, this is
Do
when
you
it
get
came
my
out.
issues with it? I'm just saying, even if you disagree with me, do you kind of objectively get what I'm getting at with Sergeant
Yes,
Pepper?
well, and I will say, like as an album, I probably listened to it for the last, like when I was a kid, I listened to it all the time. But like going from like age like whatever 18 to now, it's definitely down the list of the albums that I would listen to. But it's only because it is kind of an album that you have in order to really fully appreciate it and enjoy it. It's an album that you kind of have to listen to in order. It's not a concept album, but it's pretty close to a concept album. And it's 100%, much like Abbey Road, which we'll get to later, an album that is much better to listen to the order it was recorded than to listen to as isolated tracks. And there are isolated tracks that are great. You could listen to Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. You could listen to It's Getting Better or any of those songs on their own, and they're still great pop songs and everything. But this is definitely an album that just sounds better when you listen to it in the context of a whole album. I mean, it was recorded that way, it was meant to be that way. So, you know, I haven't listened to it as much because of that. But like when we did that episode, it was the first time in a while I sat down and really like grooved into like that album from start to finish, and just can't be denied how brilliant it is. And beyond it being brilliant, I mean, other than, the reprise Sergeant Pepper, and I'm not a huge fan of Maxwell Silverhammer.
That's Abbey Road.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I can see why you might think it was on Sergeant Pepper, though.
No, I'm sorry. I'm a little shit faced here, but I was
Mr. Kite.
yeah, Mr. Kite. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, you're thinking Mr.
Um,
Kite.
Everything else in this album I love. I mean, right from the start. I mean, those first like four songs kind of all should just be listened to together. I mean, they're almost like it's almost like a musical or a concept album where they really are meant to be like listened to one after another. Um, and then that middle stuff, Fixing a Hole, She's Leaving Home. I fucking love those songs. Like She's Leaving Home is one of my favorite Beatles ballads. It's so melancholy, it's so sad, but it's so fucking brilliant. I absolutely love it. I do not like Within, George Harrison. That's kind of a throwaway, but even Lovely Rita, I love. I love Good Morning. I mean, like, the chorus I could do without, but the rest of that song is a 10 to me. I love that whole like vibe of that song and everything.
There's nothing to say, but that's okay.
When else is there a Beatles song where you go, well, the chorus isn't good, but everything else? You never say that with any other Beatles songs.
But I'm
That
saying
alone makes it
the
one of the
chorus
worst.
isn't terrible.
It
It's just
is terrible.
really
It's
part of the
horrible.
song.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's stupid.
In
In
the
my opinion.
in
My
the
opinion.
flow of the album and in the concept of this album, I think it's great.
All
And
right.
and then you got A Day in the Life to finish off the album, which is just one of the greatest things ever recorded.
Well, yeah, obviously, Day in the Life's great. Yeah.
It's a masterpiece. I'll never forget, and I'm not even a big fan of David Crosby, but I just love this interview I heard with him where he told this story of sitting down with John Lennon before this album even came out, and John Lennon played him A Day in the Life. The way he described it was that like his brain melted and dripped out of both of his ears after he heard A Day in a Life. And like you have to think of like the impact that fucking album. And another story that's great about this album is Jimi Hendrix, like 2 days after the album dropped, played a show in London where he opened up the show with playing his version of Sergeant Pepper's.
And it was filmed.
And
Yeah.
just like like you can't deny the impact that and beyond the impact. Like again, when I listened to this album again, and I got it when the remix came out, and I think the remix is great. but it just like, regardless of whether you just listen to it, and they're definitely, Paul had his idea, this like almost like a Broadway play kind of thing, and it was a concept thing, but the songs still hold up. Just like if you take them as individuals, they're just fucking great. And it's not top five only because the Beatles are the greatest band of all time, but you can't deny Sergeant Pepper. It's fucking unbelievable.
All right. Everybody talking about their number five?
No, we're on 6. I got to do my number 6.
No,
Ralph did his 6, but I don't think you did.
I did my 6. It was hell.
Yeah, I didn't do my 6.
Yeah. All right, go.
All right. My number 6. I've heard you guys all make like some wrong choices. So now it's time for me to do a controversial pick. Maybe controversial, maybe not. My number 6 is Revolver.
Whoa!
Yeah.
You thought I was crazy.
Yeah, and I love this fucking album. I love it. There's just 5 others that I think are better. But god damn, I mean, let's look at the fucking track list here. Taxman, Eleanor Rigby, I'm Only Sleeping, Love to You, Here, There, Everywhere, Yellow Submarine, She Said, Good Day Sunshine, Your Bird Could Sing, For No One, Dr. Robert, I want to tell you, Got to Get You to My Life, and Tomorrow Never Knows. I love this. This is the drug era of the Beatles, and it's fucking phenomenal. I love it. I mean, I just love the next 5 albums more, but that's, nothing to take away from Revolver. I think it's absolutely amazing. And this is one probably years earlier would have been higher in my list. But, there's a couple songs I'm like, on, I mean, I know it's sad to say, but fuck, at this point, I'd rather hear Earth, Wind, and Fire do Got to Get You Into My Life.
That was the best song on that movie.
Just where I'm at now. But not the greatest Beatles cover. The greatest Beatles cover would be the Beatles cover album by the Smithereens. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, is that good? Anybody who doesn't have that or hasn't heard that, meet the Smithereens. Oh my God, is it great Beatles covers, and it's all like the early shit.
As much as I love "Don't Bother Me" from George Harrison, I thought the Smithereens did it better.
Oh man, fucking phenomenal. But anyway, no, I mean it's Revolver. It's fucking amazing. It's game changing. But I just like the next 5 better. So there you go. Well, I guess I'll go into my number 5 then. My number 5 is Sgt. Pepper's. I love it, and this is one that probably would have been lower in my ranking a couple years ago. But you have to put it into context, into how important it is, how great it is. Even with that George Harrison song, that is fucking horrible. Oh my God. And what's funny, there's a couple things about this album that Kiss would rip off. One, Peter Criss would make a solo album full of that Peter Criss solo song. And they would do a concept album that makes no sense, much like this album. Like, I don't get what the fuck, this concept makes no fucking sense. But it's fucking great. The songs on here that are great propel it over the flawed concept, over the shitty George Harrison song. And it's got A Day in the Life in it, It's got Sgt. Pepper. It's got Lovely Rita Meter Maid on it. God damn, And I love Benefit of Mr. Kite, I love everything else. I mean, I love it. Is it my go-to Beatles album? No, but I mean, it's at number 5 as a matter of respect, importance. I mean, really, if you want to go by importance, it should always be number 1 with the Beatles. But we're doing our favorites. We're doing what grabs us the most. And I think it goes without saying Sergeant Pepper is probably the most important one. But yeah, I would doubt highly it's any of our favorites. But it is what it is. It's fucking Sergeant Pepper. It's like you see shit going like the Library of Congress, or national landmarks and shit. Like this is a national landmark of a fucking album. I love. My dad used to play this album every year on the day it came out because like a thing. Him and his girlfriend, his girlfriend at the time, they went and bought it, listened to it, and he did that till the day he died. It was pretty cool. Love Sergeant Pepper. Not my go-to, but I love it. That is my number 5. Ralph, what you got at number 5?
The same thing. Sergeant Pepper is my number 5. And I will say, man, I think it's their best album, really. Just like I think Rain and Blood is the best Slayer album, though I like Metal Blade stuff more. And it's also the most important album, whether you like it or not. This is the album that changed the format. Paul McCartney heard Pet Sounds and wanted to improve it. And then Brian Wilson heard fucking this album and said, oh, fuck, man. And a lot of people don't know this, but the Pet Sounds album from the Beach Boys, it's all sounds of animals farting. It's a Pet Sounds. Anyway, so this album has the greatest Beatles song ever, and that's Day in a Life. I mean, there's no song better than that from the Beatles, in my opinion, though. All right?
Is it your favorite song, though?
Yeah. It would be my favorite Beatles song, yeah.
It's also your favorite. Okay.
I think it's the greatest Beatles song. I used to think it was in my life, but no. It's Day in a Life.
Right.
I fucking love Fixing a Hole. That's another one I love on here. I love them all except, of course, the Harrison song, Terrible. And yes, I do not like the chorus on Good Morning. But I love that song. Everything else is so cool about it.
I think if he came off a better chorus, that could have been a cool song.
It definitely would have been a cool song because everything else about that song rules.
There is like a bridge part that should be the chorus. When he's saying like everyone's running around after dark, like that's catchy. Like, that should be the chorus. It has potential. He should rewrite it.
We should remix this song.
Lovely Rita is definitely a dark horse on the album.
I agree. You and I definitely agree on that. I'm surprised Lovely Rita's not a bigger song.
I love it.
That song is so catchy.
When I'm 60,
if I'm not mistaken, Lovely Rita was on the Blue double album, which is a reason that Beyond. No,
it's not on it.
No, it's not. I own that album.
Yeah. No, Lovely Rita. I remember when I heard it the first time, me and Ralph had the same opinion. The first time I listened to Sgt. Pepper, I was like, why isn't this like a big song?
Yeah.
Like I just grew up thinking it was a big Beatles song. I don't know why.
No.
First time I heard it was
about a parking meter when I come.
And it's kinky. I like that about like wanting to fuck a parking meter.
And I love the Granny song, When I'm 64, which was actually the first song Paul McCartney ever wrote.
Yeah.
Benefit from Mr. Kite, I love. She's Leaving Home is gorgeous. Getting Better is awesome because he talks about beating up a girl.
Beating his wife. Yeah.
Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, come on. And I love Ringo and the bombastic, heavy opening of Sgt. Pepper. That shit's heavy. It's a heavy fucking song. And really their greatest album, but, it's my number 5, but Sgt. Pepper, man. Up there.
What other band could you say that? It's my number 5, but it might be the greatest album of all time.
Like I said earlier, Slayer. Rain and Blood is their best album, but it's not my favorite.
It's great.
I know there's more. There's other ones, too, that I'm like, yeah, that is their best album, but I like this one more.
Yeah. There's a lot of bands like that.
How about Van Halen?
I think Back in Black is objectively AC/DC's best album, but I like Powerage and For Those About to Rock better. Like that's just a personal thing. Objectively, I could hear that Back in Black's like
My favorite Ace Frehley album is the '78 solo album, but his best is the first Trickster album.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my number 5. Sergeant Pepper. All right, go for it, Edwin.
Hey, my number 5. I think actually you're the only one who's talked about this album yet. So apparently we all really like this album, except for Ralph. Although Ralph did acknowledge that half the songs are fucking awesome, and that is Magical Mystery Tour. Magical Mystery Tour, obviously like a lot better than Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, listen, Sergeant Pepper came out first, so that's why I got all the glory. Plus, Mystery Tour is not even a real album. It cheats. Yes, it cheats. So objectively, I can hear it has no business being better than Sergeant Pepper, but it is better because it's half singles, and the Beatles really put a lot of focus in making their fucking singles great. And so it's essentially like a compilation. It's like, but it is all singles and B-sides from that year. So it feels like it's not entirely a cheat because it is all fucking 67 shit. But god damn it, it has Strawberry Fields Forever. If it was on Sergeant Pepper, would have been the best song on Sergeant Pepper, in my opinion. Plus, I think I Am the Walrus blow, as much as I love A Day in a Life, I disagree. I think it's great. I think it's one of the best Beatles songs ever. But there are a few songs I think are even better, and I Am the Walrus is one of them. I think I Am the Walrus is better than everything on Sergeant Pepper. It's just, it's got that edge. That's the one thing about Sergeant Pepper is, like I said, I think it's a little poppy and Broadway-ish, whereas Mystery Tour is a little more fucked up and druggy-ish in a way that I like. And I Am the Walrus is a great example of that. It's a fucking masterpiece. One of the greatest songs ever. I've heard a billion different bands cover I Am the Walrus, and they're all shitty. All right? You can never match what the Beatles did of I Am the Walrus.
Especially the Oasis covers of business.
And I love, like you, I'm an Oasis fan, but just
I
fucking
hate it. I
wrong
fucking hate
song for you guys to do, you know?
I think Kid Joe did it better than Oasis.
No, just
I believe it.
no, what? Just don't fucking go near I'm the Walrus. It was done perfection with the Beatles. It's so badass sounding. The effects on John's vocals, the everything. Fucking Ringo's drumming. Ringo, the fucking unsung hero of the fucking Beatles. You know, listen to his fucking drum lines, even from like the cool rolls he does on like in A Day of Life, and listen to his fucking drum beat on I Am the Walrus.
He's
Like,
better than George Harrison.
that is so. I'm not a hater of George Harrison, but he is my least favorite of the four
Hey,
Beatles.
I got something to say about George Harrison.
When we get to Abbey Road.
Got a fart?
I'm talking about when he left the Beatles. He released a song called "All Things Must Pass These Nuts."
Best thing he ever
Ringo does
did.
play on some of the songs, and Ringo's also in John's early stuff. But Ringo is so underrated. No drummer was playing as heavy as Ringo before Ringo. Like, I love Charlie Watts. You know, I'm a big fan of Charlie Watts. But he's playing in that more of a swing kind of old school rock and roll style. He's playing it like a fucking master. But it's like Ringo's the first drummer to really fucking bash the drums if you listen to how he plays. It's fucking amazing. And like this title track, Mystery Tour, fucking Ringo's slamming away. But Fool in the Hill, one of the greatest McCartney songs, the way it shifts from being kind of upbeat to that dark, weird, moody chorus. And unlike Ralph, I do like my psychedelic mid-60s George Harrison songs. I love Blue Jay Way. To me, that's like almost like proto doom metal. It's like so doomy and dark and fucked up sounding. I love that song. Babies, I'm a Rich Man. I love that all. I used to be with you on All You Need Is Love. That is definitely my least favorite song on the album, and I used to hate it. But I don't know. I was listening to it tonight, and I was just like, it has a kind of drunken bunch of British fucking guys singing along to it quality that kind of underscores the corniness of the song.
Well, maybe that's why I don't like it, Edwin, because I hate drunks.
You don't like drunk.
No offense to you.
Maybe, yeah. So I kind of like the drunkenness of it, although it is my least favorite song on the album. But everything else is fucking stellar. Hello, Goodbye. God damn, what a perfect fucking psychedelic pop song. So unusual, like, and not like anything else anyone's written. To me, it's a cheat. I noticed on the Blue album, the Greatest Hits Blue album. I remember I actually had that before I had Mystery Tour, and I noticed so many songs were from Mystery Tour on it, like more than Sergeant Pepper. There were actually more Mystery Tour songs. And it was like Strawberry Fields, Penny Lane, Magical Mystery Tour, Fool in the Hill, I Am the Wars, Hello Goodbye. I was like, look at this thing and go, I guess I should have this Mystery Tour album because there's so many fucking greatest hits from it. I mean, it's like a fucking greatest hits album from the mid 60s. So, and I like the movie too. I think it's a cool fucking psychedelic, cool, weird film. And I just fucking love this album. To me, this is the psychedelic Beatles statement of Beatles psychedelic statements. So I fucking love this album. But yet, there's 4 albums I love even more. So what? How fucking great are the fucking Beatles? So there you go.
All right, everybody do their 5.
No, I have not done my 5.
Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
So my number 5 is going to be Rubber Soul. And I'm very happy that I get to be the first one to talk about this album because just all-time classic album, unbelievable album. I think a lot of people point to this album as being the album that kind of like turned the page from the Beatles from like pop, icons to being like kind of a hippie, psychedelic, pot, acid, whatever you want to call it kind of band. And there definitely was a turn there. I think there were a lot of hints of it prior to that with Help and Beatles for Sale, but this was the one that kind of put it all together. And again, after Beatles for Sale being the 8/6 covers, they went back to, and it never changed from this point on, of them all originals. There was no more covers. There was no more. This was the Beatles now. They had figured themselves out. They had realized themselves, and they were like ready to be their own force with no help from anybody else. And it's just, it's legendary shit. It's just unfucking believable. You go up, from track 1, Drive My Car, brilliant. Norwegian Wood, unbelievable. I love, and this is actually interesting. It took them, it's just random facts we put out here. Like, took them to 1965 to finally have a song over 3 minutes. And that was You Won't See Me, 3 minutes and 20 seconds, which I fucking love. You Won't See Me. And this is where we get into these like just awesome Paul McCartney songs where you could hear the progression of his songwriting and where he was really starting to understand how to like find his own voice and do his own thing. And god damn is that shit good. And then John at the same time. Nowhere Man, I mean, just fucking next level and beyond anything he had written before that. Lyrically, sonically, they were really fucking feeling themselves at this point. Think for Yourself, fucking great. The Word, fucking great. Michelle, probably, I mean, this shows you how fucking good this album is. Michelle and Girl are probably my least favorite songs in this album, and I still love both those fucking songs. And my mom's name is Michelle, which helps. But like, What Goes On, brilliant. I'm Looking Through You, top 20 Beatles song for me. I fucking love I'm Looking Through You. Love it. In My Life, Ralph's already talked about it. I mean, just one of the greatest songs ever written. Wait, brilliant. If I Needed Someone, brilliant. Run, even Run for Your Life, which like, it seems like kind of a album track on this album, but like how fucking good is that song? This is just the point. Everything we talk about going forward is just brilliance on top of brilliance. And we could go on forever, but Rubber Soul is it's crazy that that's my number 5, but been listening to this album nonstop since I was literally 5-6 years old.
Awesome. Well, what's your number 4?
Are you going right to 4? Wow.
Yeah. Give it.
I always call these kind of just sister albums. Revolver is my number 4. I remember hearing an interview with George Harrison where he said he always, like, for some reason or another, he, like, these 2 albums, he had a hard time kind of like pulling apart from one another. He almost looked at them as like one album. They were recorded somewhat, close to each other. Revolver was released in August 66, Rubber Soul is December 65. So there was a pretty big gap there, but I think most of like the origins of these songs all came from the same time period, which is probably why George was saying it like that. But Revolver, I think, is just a little better version of Rubber Soul. And like the songs I love on Revolver, I just like them a little bit more. Like the open, like great example is like you compare Love Drive My Car, a nice little like kind of rocker to start the album, but like Taxman is just that much better. And one of George's best songs, I know just from books I've read, stories I've read that John helped him out with the lyrics of that song, and I love like the vitriol of that song, the anger of that song, of guys that have come into money that just see how much once you have some fucking money that the government's going to take it from you. And then you go right from that into fucking Eleanor Rigby, I'm Only Sleeping. It's just one fucking killer after another. Love You Too, Here, There, Everywhere. And this is just a reoccurring theme from this point forward with these just brilliant fucking McCartney ballads. One of my favorite Beatles songs of all time, Here, There, Everywhere. Yellow Submarine, I don't love it, but it was, a nice Ringo song in the album. She said, one of my favorite John Lennon written songs ever. I absolutely love that song. I love the story behind it. If you know it, him and Harrison were at a party where they were one of the first times they were tripping on acid, and he was just listening to people talk at the party, and that's where kind of the origin of where he came up with that song. Good Day Sunshine's just a great pop song. And Your Bird Can Sing, probably one of the lesser songs in the album, but I still absolutely love it. For No One, I think, is one of the most underrated Beatles songs of all time. Again, we get these little 2-minute fucking ballads that are just fucking brilliant. And if a 2-minute song could ever be epic, it's For No One. Dr. Robert, brilliant. I Want to Tell You. It's a George song that I wouldn't put it at the top, but it's a George song I like. Got to Get You in My Life, great. And then Tomorrow Never Knows. I love Tomorrow Never Knows. Really where they dove into psychedelic full on for the first time, and it's fucking brilliant. So yeah, Revolver, just awesome. And Rubber Soul and Revolver, those two together, I just like, they're combo albums for me.
All right. Edwin, give us your number 4.
My number 4, I'm the first one to talk about this album. One of the greatest albums ever recorded. It's a masterpiece. Better than Sgt. Pepper, in my opinion. Although I get the Sgt. Pepper thing. But number 4 is Abbey Road. Abbey Road is amazing. It's nothing wrong with it. I love every song. You could argue that it's the best production that the Beatles ever had. You could argue it's one of the greatest productions, period. It's like perfectly produced. Before this album, their stereo, even though I do like the stereo Mystery Tour and White album, they're still a little wonky because they didn't center the drums and bass yet. Whereas Abbey Road's the first time where they kind of like figured it out. Like it's centered, it's perfect. I feel like it's like kind of one of the first albums that kind of dictated how 70s albums sounded. I think this and Let It Bleed, both from 69, kind of dictated kind of how albums would sound in the 70s, and maybe also like the first 2 Zeppelin albums. And it's amazing, it begins with Come Together, all that. My favorite Beatles song is on this album, and it's my favorite song of all time, actually. You Never Give Me Your Money is my favorite song of all time. To me, it's like everything the Beatles did in like 3 minutes. It's like, it's the ballad, it's the rock and roll song, and then it goes into a hard rock song that's a little trippy. It's like the 3 parts. And it's amazing. I've always loved that song since I was a child, and I saw puppets playing it, showbiz pizza place. And it's always been a really important song for me. And of course, it's part of the medley, you know, and the whole medley is amazing. I love Oh Darling, which could be Paul McCartney's greatest vocal performance of all time. Um, I'm not the biggest fan of Maxwell's Silver Hammer, but it's not like enough to ruin the album for me. Like I had a theory though. I actually think this is the one song where I think Ringo should have sang it. I think Ringo actually would have brought kind of a charm to that song that Paul doesn't. But
Should have let Steve Martin do it like he did in the movie.
yeah, well, Ringo, I think, kind of would have brought a Steve Martin quality. Like he just would have brought a little humor to it that I think Paul's a little cloying at the time. But you know, short of that, everything else, even Octopus Garden, I know a lot of people shit on that song. I like it. I think it's a cool song. Of course, George, two of his best songs he ever did. You know, and they're beautiful songs. And it's like the first time where Harrison like wrote a song, even though I do like his psychedelic shit. This is the first time he was like writing songs on a Lennon McCartney level, and kind of like the last time too. It's like it was a fleeting moment. It's a fleeting moment where George was like as good as John or Paul with Something and Here Comes the Sun. Both amazing songs. I Want You, She's So Heavy, which has kind of a almost like doom metal, like it gets like kind of Sabbathy during that hard rocking part. Really great, really sensual. I almost feel like some of the songs in the medley are almost a little wasted. Like it felt like they could have been full great songs. Like She Came In Through the Bathroom Window, Polythene Pan, Me, Mr. Mustard. Like I almost feel like if the Beatles didn't all hate each other and wanted to split up, like those would have been like fully fleshed out great songs. But fuck it, even as just little snippets, they're amazing. Golden Slumbers, amazing. I don't know. To me, it's like Sergeant Pepper, like the medley, but here it's like very emotional because they know they're breaking up. Like McCartney's actually writing about the Beatles breaking up in real time. So it's very powerful and emotional. And even though it's grandiose, it feels personal at the same time. And that's like a hard thing to do with an album like this. And it's an amazing album. It's fucking Abbey Road. Like this, when I talk to people, this seems to be generally the most popular Beatles album. I'd say this, or maybe Rubber Soul, or maybe the White Album. They tend to be like the three I hear people talk about the most. But I mean, if you thought Abbey Road was her best album, you wouldn't be wrong. But to me personally, it's my fourth favorite. But it's a very, very strong fourth masterpiece.
Ian, what's your fourth?
My fourth is Rubber Soul. I fucking love this album. I think when I was younger, I probably went more towards Revolver, but definitely the older I get, it's all about fucking Rubber Soul. I mean, Drive My Car, Norwegian Wood, You Won't See Me, Nowhere Man, Think for Yourself. Yeah, Harrison song I actually like. The Word, Michelle. Oh my God, do I love Michelle. And it is like the only time in history that the French language has ever been spoken to where it doesn't sound like a person with Down syndrome giving birth. It actually sounds eloquent. What Goes On, Girl, I'm Looking Through You. And in my opinion, what is the greatest Beatles song of all time in my life? I can see where, Ralph, where you say A Day in Life is the greatest. I mean, they're kind of like neck and neck. I think what I love about In Your Life the most is it's like a bridge between what the Beatles were and what the Beatles became. So to me, it encompasses everything about the Beatles. And I mean, that's the kind of thing like, at my funeral, I want my funeral, well, first and foremost to be like a roast, and then we play like a greatest hits, like Me Firing Terrence, or When I Called You When You Passed Out, and then we do In the Life, and it's like a video montage that, AI makes me look thinner and better attractive. But what an incredible fucking song. Wait, If I Needed Someone, another good Harrison song, and Run for Your Life. I don't give a fuck how misogynistic it is. Back in my day, you could hit women, Chuck Bronson hit a woman, wouldn't think twice. God damn it, she deserved it. Um, Love it. Rubber Soul, just fucking amazing. That is my number 4. What do you got, Ralph?
Right. My number 4 is Abbey Road, like I had one. 2 awesome George Harrison songs. And
Yeah.
let me tell you, Abbey Road is the only album, even though it's my number 4, the 3 albums above it, I'll tell you one thing Abbey Road has that the other 3 don't have is every song on Abbey Road I love. I don't love every song on my top 3. I love everything on Abbey Road. I even like Octopus Garden, which may be my least favorite, but I like the anthology version even more. Come Together, Something Amazing. I love Maxwell Silverhammer. It's like a nice, beautiful song about a serial killer. Okay, what else? Oh, Darling. I would agree that it is Paul McCartney's best vocal performance, but best vocal performance on a Beatles album. Because I think overall the greatest vocal performance that Paul McCartney's ever done is Maybe I'm Amazed.
Yeah, during the chorus of Maybe Amazed, yeah.
Maybe I'm Amazed is the greatest vocal performance of McCartney, but
Yeah.
I Want You, She's So Heavy, Here Comes the Sun, because it's awesome. The vocals, You Never Give Me Your Money, Sun King, Me, Mr. Mustard, Polythene Pam, She Came Through the Bathroom Window. Then they end it with the fucking gorgeous Golden Summer, Carry That Weight, and The End. And then Her Majesty. But my God, every song on here is a winner. And to quote Phil Anselmo, I love the Beatles. I can't believe they wrote that crap. Octopus's Garden. So he's not a fan of that one. I love that song. But yeah, that's my number 4 is Abbey Road, their final album. And thank God they made that. I would hate to think Let It Be would be their last album because it's kind of them going out kind of a thud where Abbey Road is triumphant. It's just a triumphant thing. Mm-hmm. And also to quote Chris Farley, when he interviewed Paul McCartney, he said, the line where it said, the love that you take is equal to the love you make. Is that true? I love that line.
I think Paul said yes.
So my number 4 is Abbey Road.
Awesome. What's your number 3?
My number 3 is Revolver. Yeah, it starts with Taxman. Okay. I'm always bashing on Harrison. I'm going to bash Harrison on Taxman as well.
Really?
Wait, hear me out. I love the song Taxman. I love it. I love George's performance on it. But McCartney owns that fucking song. That guitar song, even Harrison can't do what McCartney does on Taxman. Fuck you, George Harrison. McCartney and George Harrison even, it was actually John Lennon got pissed because George Harrison didn't give credit to John Lennon in a book that he wrote. So, John helped him write the song, and then Paul comes and fucking, that solo, man, is unbelievable. It's like you hear that solo and you're like, yeah, Harrison can never do that. And he can't, because all things must pass these nuts.
And it's interesting. I think like a lot of the heavier, the Helter Skelter, that solo in Taxman, as much as Paul was considered the balladeer and the poppier guy, he was a part of some of their heavier shit, some of their darker shit like that. I love that solo.
Yeah, he introduces more of
how
a hard
about,
rock.
did you guys ever hear that Paul McCartney song he did with David Grohl for?
Yes, I actually just listened to that today because I was listening to Helter Skelter and I thought that that's kind of
is that good? Yeah.
I always compared that to what Stay Frosty is to Ice Cream Man. I think that is to Helter Skelter. It's like Paul McCartney trying to write Helter Skelter 40 years later.
So good. So
Well,
good.
I gotta tell you, I do love, but I hate Love You Too. Again, I'm talking about Revolver, right? Yeah.
Right.
I hate Love You Too. I don't mind I Want to Tell You. That one's okay. But to me, the best song on this fucking album, hands down, is For No One. That
Beautiful.
song is so good.
2 minutes, dude. How good is that song?
Greatest song on the album. I saw McCartney play that song and I cried.
Yeah, I have too.
I cried when I saw him play it. Of course, Tomorrow Never Knows. She said. Good Day.
I'm only sleeping.
Yeah, I'm Only Sleeping is awesome. I love And Your Bird Can Sing. I think it's pretty good, hard rocking tune. It's kind of like, man, I can imagine back then hearing And Your Bird Can Sing for the first time. You're like, whoa.
There's a dual guitar, like a lead
Yeah,
guitar
two
lead. Yeah.
guitar. It's heavy and it's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole album, except for that damn song from Harrison, he ruined it. But yeah, Yellow Submarine's kind of whatever too. There's songs on this album I really don't care for. Where Abbey Road, I love every song on it, but I put Revolver over it, just really for No One. Tomorrow Never Knows. Eleanor Rigby. You know what's amazing? Anthology version of Eleanor Rigby with no vocals, just the classical music. It's fucking gripping, man. Amazing stuff. So yeah, that is my number 3, Revolver.
Nice.
Who's up next? Who hasn't done 3?
I'll do 3. I'll do 3. Okay, and obviously now at this point we're going to be saying some of the same albums. Although interestingly, there's one that none of us have talked about yet, and I'm not either because I'm going to talk about one that Ryan has talked about, and also Ian, and I know Ralph hasn't yet because I believe it's his favorite, but we'll see. Is Rubber Soul is my number 3, a very strong number 3. It's an amazing album. I know a lot of people that think this is their best album. George Harrison, it was his favorite, and it's amazing. I'm not going to say too much more that hasn't been said. I think I mean, some people see this as the beginning of like the next phase. I think kind of like Help, it's a little transitional. I know George thought this and Revolver were kind of like the same. To me, Revolver's a little something different, which I'll talk about when I talk about Revolver. But Rubber Soul has a little bit still that old school rock and roll vibe. But yes, obviously there's stuff like Norwegian Wood and a little hint of psychedelia, and it definitely the songwriting is has evolved. I think the big evolution for Rubber Soul is just the quality of the musicianship, their melodies, the way they harmonize on things like Norwegian Wood and like Nowhere Man. The production, probably their second best production after Abbey Road. Like everything's so perfect sounding, and you can kind of hear like now they're kind of mastering the studio. Like they almost had to master an album like this before they could move on. Like before they could go off and get all druggy and crazy, they had to just do a perfect like pop rock album. And that's this album. Like they did a perfect pop rock album for 1965. And it's amazing. I mean, probably my favorite song actually sounds like it could be on Beatles for Sale, which is Run for Your Life. It's just this dark rockabilly song. But I love it's with stalker, violent, misogynistic lyrics, and I really love that song. I also do love Michelle and Girl, which I feel like are almost like twin songs. Like McCartney has his Frenchy song, and then Lennon kind of did his song that sounds a little similar. The whole thing is amazing. Also, I'm Looking Through You. I agree, it's one of my favorite songs in my life, and yeah, it's one of the greatest albums of all time. And it's kind of a perfect album, and it kind of is the Beatles like peak of like just them being an exceptional band that's not just about the experimentation, but just how they compose a song, how they execute a song, and how they record a song. Like that's kind of the pinnacle. And then Then they would move on to create new pinnacles and new languages. But with the language they had that they had started in the early 60s, this is the peak of that, in my opinion. It's like they reached their peak and then they moved to a new phase afterwards. That's how I see it. But amazing album. It's very strong number three.
All right, Ian, give me your number three.
All right. My number three is Magical Mystery Tour. God damn, do I love this album. And I can't believe how fucking low it was in your list, Ralph. Uh, but it is what it is. I mean, fuck it. I love every fucking song on this. Even the George Harrison song. You know it's a good album when I even like the George Harrison song. Uh, but like Edwin said earlier, this is the psychedelic Beatles shit that I love. And I would definitely put this on before I would Sergeant Pepper. Even though, I'll give that the nod for more importance, all this shit. But if you're going song for song, I love every fucking song on this. And, another thing Edwin brought up was, I'm the Walrus. Holy fucking shit. I said In the Life's probably, the best one, but fucking I'm the Walrus. I mean, and again, we talked about this Untouchable. Like, why even cover that shit? That's like I've gone to karaoke and done this song, but I don't do the fucking Beatles version. I do the Oasis version because anybody can do that. Hold on, I'll show you guys. Hold on. Here's the Oasis version. I'm a fag, half in the bag. Don't you know Stone Roses laugh at you?
Wow, those are the lyrics.
I know, right? So, but no, I love this fucking shit, man. And even with All You Need Is Love, yeah, that is that's kind of like the one everybody's like, it's kind of gay. But I dig it. It's great. Fucking Brian Jones is on it, man. Fucking Mick Jagger, Keith Richards. It's awesome. This is like a go-to. This is kind of, I look at this like, Ralph, you and I always talk about with the original Black Sabbath. Never Say Die isn't our favorite album, but it's our go-to, the one we listen to the most. This is definitely there with me for the Beatles, man, because I throw this one on, and I mean, fuck, I remember buying this on CD when I was a teenager and just fell in love with it, and I just never fell out of love with it. It just, everything rings and works. I love Blue Jay Way, man. I all that shit. I mean, it just is much like what Ryan was saying with Sergeant Pepper. It's something you really have to listen to from beginning to end, which I agree with. I'm the same way with this one. I listen to it from beginning to end. Sometimes I might, turn it off, when All You Need Is Love kicks on. But before that, I fucking love this shit. This is the drug Beatles that I fucking love. And it is my number three. Ryan?
Yeah, I'm right with you. My number three is Magical Mystery Tour as well. And a little bit of background, like I got literally at like 5, 6 years old. My brother's a couple years older than me. He was like 8, 9 at the time. My dad just handed all these Beatles albums to me. And it was crazy because my dad wasn't even really like a huge Beatles fan. He had bought a bunch of their shit, but this is just like a guy who just like bought a ton of music. And like it just wasn't special to him, so he gave it to me and my brother because he knew we liked some Beatles songs. And like
Did you have the one with the pictures in it and everything?
Oh, it was literally like 10 different albums. And it was a lot of those American versions that Ralph was showing on his box set. But it was also like I had the Blue album and I had the Red album, the double albums. And the Blue album, I remember, that was one of the first that I listened to over and over again. And just what you were just saying, Ian, that like literally, like I think 8 of the songs on Magical Mystery Tour are on that Blue album. So I already knew most of that album, and then it's just like Blue Jay Way and the couple songs that aren't on there. But so I already loved that album. But here, I'm going to make an argument for everybody that talks about Magic and Mystery Tour that it's just this kind of greatest hits album and it wasn't really a studio album. In fact, and I don't know the exact number, but I'm pretty sure that the overwhelming majority, I think it's like 8 songs in this album, were recorded in the same recorded sessions. Now, some of them were released a little bit earlier at different times, but like the only 2 songs that were complete had nothing to do with this recording session was the single that came out prior to Sgt. Pepper's, which is Strawberry Fields, and what's the flip side of Strawberry Fields? Penny Lane. Yeah. So Penny Lane, Strawberry Fields had nothing to do with these recording sessions, but all the other stuff did. Like the single for Hello, Goodbye, and I Am the Walrus came out on the same day that the Magical Mystery Tour album was released. And they were all recorded in the same recording session. So the rest of that album, pretty much, Fool on a Hill, all that stuff, All You Need Is Love was a separate session, but all those other songs were all recorded in the same recording sessions of this album. So it is pretty much, other than those exceptions, a studio album. And man, it is just fucking killer from start to finish. And I mean, these are some of the best Beatles songs ever written. Just like one after another, and they're packed on this, like, it's just unreal. I mean, I look at this song and like almost every song in the album is a 5-star to me. Hello, Goodbye, Strawberry Fields, Penny Lane, Sgt. Pepper, or Magical Mystery Tour, Fool on a Hill. It's just fucking brilliant. It's the peak of their psychedelia. It's right after Sgt. Pepper's too. And I mean, can you imagine like the revolutionary album that Sgt. Pepper's was, and like literally like, you know, a half a year later, you're getting this, and it's like, just how much can they put out at once? And like starting with Rubber Soul, the same day Rubber Soul was released, the double single We Can Work It Out and Day Tripper came out. Like Rubber Soul's not good enough on its own, where you throw
right.
Day Tripper. I mean, how prolific they were at this time cannot be understated. The amount of unbelievable songs that they were writing in a year. I mean, you've got like 20 legendary songs in a fucking calendar year that these guys wrote. It's just ridiculous. So,
Ryan, let me ask you a question, because you seem really well versed on what was released and what's a single. And this is something Ralph makes fun of me all the time for this, but I absolutely love You Know My Name, Look Up the Number. What was that the B-side of?
You know, that early stuff, that's where I do not know.
It's something from the Let It Be era. I
didn't even know that was recorded.
I think it might The Long and Winding Road.
It was the B-side of Within Without You.
I'm with Ralph on that. Not like that song.
I can find out right now if you want.
Okay.
But I'm not surprised that you brought that up, because that has been a reoccurring theme anytime the Beatles come up between the two.
Yeah, I love that fucking song featuring Brian Jones from the Rolling Stones. So it had to be before his death.
Got to be somewhat earlier than that, because he was
not
dead.
even a fucking song.
No, it was actually the B-side for Let It Be.
Okay.
But it had to be recorded.
The single version, which is different from the one on the album.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, who's next?
It was recorded earlier than that.
Who's next? Did everybody say their 3?
Yeah, I think we all said our 3.
All right, who's going to go with number 2?
Go ahead, Ralph.
My number 2 is the White Album. And I will say something controversial, but I'm going to stick by this. This is John Lennon's peak. Yes, he's done
100%.
He's done some good songs after, but not as good as the White Album stuff. Like, you know, She's So Heavy, Come Together. You know, I like those tunes, you know, but none of them is as good as Glass Onion, and especially So Tired, my favorite on here. What else did he do? Happiness Is a Warm Gun, my God. Julia's Gorgeous, Your Blues, Everybody's Got Something to Hide Except for Me and My Monkey, Sexy Sadie. Holy crap, so much good shit. But like I said about Abbey Road, every song's good. Not on this. I hate While My Guitar Gently Weeps. I fucking hate that song. I hate it. And I know the acoustic version,
my own
as well. I hate Long, Long, Long even more than that one. I did like Savoy Truffle, where Savoy Truffle to me is kind of futuristic sounding. Because listen to some David Bowie in the 70s.
Yeah, like the Young Americans era. When he
Yeah,
says,
it sounds like Savoy Truffle.
I agree. Yeah.
And to me, the album ends with Cry Baby Cry because fuck Revolution 9 and Good Night. But, and then, you have these great McCartney songs like Mother Nature's Son and Helter Skelter and Rocky Raccoon. Holy crap, do I love that song. I love Piggies from Harrison. I actually do love that song. I Will is gorgeous. Martha, My Dear, that Paul wrote about his dog. Gorgeous song. And I love Obladi. I love Dear Prudence back in the USSR. The White Album is my second favorite Beatles album.
Wow.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
All right, I'll do my number two. My number two is Abbey Road. And god damn do I love this fucking one. And I can't stress enough, there's been some Beatles special editions, like Sergeant Pepper, Revolver, Let It Be. I got all this other shit. White Album's been remixed, all this shit. To me, the greatest sounding one is I think it's 2019 remix of Abbey Road is fucking phenomenal. Phenomenal. And the stuff like, the demos and everything. A lot of times that shit's all like, I'm never going to listen to it. It's great shit, worth listening to. You made a mention, Edwin, about this could be the best sounding Beatles album. I agree, 1,000%. Amazing. And one of my favorite songs, the song I listened to, I was doing like all kinds of Beatles, like getting ready for this. I listened to You Never Give Me Your Money by 3 times, plus the demo version. It's just so fucking good. So fucking good. Unbelievable album. I think for a lot of years, this was probably my number one. And any of these out, all these rankings are subjective of where we're at this time that we're recording this, and opinions can change and doesn't make you a poser. You can go back and forth. But I love Abbey Road. Just a fucking brilliant fucking album. And like Ralph said, much better they went out with this than Let It Be. As much as I love Let It Be, this is just more Beatlesque to me. This was them. They went back and they said, hey, fuck, man, Let It Be was a fucking disaster. We about killed each other. Let's try to do something, a little bit of unity. Let's try to fucking go out on a high note. And they did, man. I mean, fucking phenomenal. Abbey Road, Jesus fucking Christ. Even the goddamn album cover is just one of the most iconic pictures of all time. I mean, right there with the cover of fucking Dark Side of the Moon or, shit like that. It's just like pop culture phenomenon. And the songs.
If you look at the right side street, that's the first most popular photo bomb ever.
Yeah.
There's some dude standing on, or is it chick standing on a sidewalk?
I believe it. But yeah, man, Abbey Road, fucking amazing. There is a couple songs. The funny thing is, it's at number 2. Ralph likes it better than me because I'm not a big fan of Octopus's Garden or Maxwell Silverhammer, even though I probably like it more than the Beatles do. But the rest of the Beatles hated that fucking song. All 3 of them fucking hated Maxwell Silverhammer. But, man, it's fucking Abbey Road, man. It's fucking an orgasm for your ears. Perfect. Ryan, what's your number 2?
Number 2 is the Beatles, self-titled White Album. It's definitely not the most consistent Beatles album, but like this goes back to something we were talking about, like hour and a half, 2 hours ago of like, how much do you value just the volume of like your favorite Beatles songs ever being on an album versus how consistent the album is? Because there's a lot of like throwaways in this album, but I also think that's part of like the kind of vibe and what makes the White Album so cool is like they had reached this point where I don't know if any of you guys listened to any of the stuff that was released with the remixes of this. There were
Yeah.
these, there were
Yeah.
these Escher there were these Escher demo sessions that were recorded
Yep.
at George Harrison's house at the time, and it's
Most,
literally
most of it's acoustic.
yeah, most, but that's the interesting thing about it is most of it's acoustic, but it's the overwhelming majority of the White Album was recorded as demos at that house session at George's house. And there's certain songs that they changed a lot once they got into the studio, but there's other songs like Blackbird and a handful that really aren't that much different than the demos. But there's also songs again like the Abbey Road and Let It Be sessions that didn't end up surfacing until 5 years later that were part of those Escher sessions. But they're very interesting to listen to in that how acoustic they were. But once you got to the White Album, they really like did some cool ass fucking shit with some of this in the studio. And like I don't think I could pick one favorite Beatles song, but like this is definitely a top five is Dear Prudence for me. And you listen to that John version in the Escher sessions, which is mostly acoustic and it's a double track of his voice, but it's really cool. And you realize that like the total like structure of the song was pretty much done. But when you listen to the finished version of the White Album and what Paul did bass wise, where this is the brilliance of John and Paul, where one would write the main part of the song, but the other guy would write this almost like counter melody to it. And it is literally like almost two songs playing at the same time. And if you listen to Dear Prudence, it's John's song with just that ding, 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 ding that just repeats the whole fucking song. But when you throw those fucking Paul bass lines into it, where it's a completely different melody, but the two of them meld so perfectly together. And that song was also recorded, the studio version, when Ringo had temporarily left the band because he was so pissed at Paul because Paul was busting his balls for the way he was playing drums on back in the USSR that he left the band briefly. So Paul played drums on Dear Prudence, and if you the outro of Dear Prudence where they're just jamming out, it's one of my favorite drum sections in the history of the Beatles, and Paul just happens to be playing it. If you guys know what I'm talking about in that song, they're like doom, 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 doom. That's all Paul playing those drums. It's the only song he ever, maybe one other song he played drums for, but like that's like a highlight of like Paul kind of like taking the band over. And at that point, he started with Sergeant Pepper's, but White Album, he definitely was becoming this like boss man kind of guy, and it was wearing on the other guys, and that's why Ringo left. But man, that fucking album, it's not perfect. There's a lot of duds. There's a lot of just throwaways, but I'll take every one of those throwaways just for what we get for the combined what it ended up being. And it's mostly the first album for me. Like I've done the thing in the past where like the White Album, I'm going to combine it down to 15 songs for one album, and literally 12 of the 15 is probably from the first album. But man, if I'm just saying like Beatles releases, individual releases where I have the most favorite songs, this is probably it. I mean, Dear Prudence, Glass Onion, fucking While My Guitar Gently Weeps, Happiness is a Warm Gun, Martha My Dear, Blackbird, Rocky Raccoon. I Will was my wedding song. Me and my wife, we're still married fucking 27 years later. That was my wedding song. Um, Mother Nature's Son, which Ralph mentioned, that's my wife's favorite Beatles song of all time. I fucking love that song. Everybody's got something to hide, but I mean, the White Album is just brilliance of brilliance with a lot of like weird, schlocky shit thrown into it. but it was such a like point of that era for them where you could hear a band splintering, but there was brilliance coming from that splintering. And if you listen to those Escher sessions, you can tell that, like, at least at that point, John and Paul were like having fun, like, and they were like really like going back to that kind of a writing song on acoustic guitars again or whatever. But for some reason, those sessions splintered the band big time because that was when it became clear that they were all becoming kind of solo artists. But that's my number two White Album.
All right, Edwin, give us your number two.
My number two is objectively, I think this is their best album, but subjectively, it's my second favorite, and that is Revolver. I listen, as much as I love Rubber Soul, and I think it's kind of a pinnacle for what it is. I don't know. To me, Revolver clearly, for one thing, it has like harder rocking songs than they have ever had done at that point. You got Taxman, She Said, and Your Bird Can Sing, and this is kind of lined up with the single at the time from those sessions, Paperback Writer and Rain, where there's suddenly these really loud, distorted guitars. Now you had heard distortion on Keith Richards on Satisfaction, and Jeff Beck was doing some cool shit on distortion. And if you went to clubs in London, you would hear maybe Hendrix, although he hadn't recorded an album yet. But not really with this loud drumming that Ringo does. And I guess what I'm getting at is I think Revolver, there's a case that this is like the first hard rock album. Like everyone talks about like what's the first metal album? Like, it's Black Sabbath. Usually most people say. Some people think maybe like the second Zeppelin album. But no one ever talks about what's the first hard rock album. And I feel like Cream's first album is actually December of '66. That's definitely like a hard rock album, but that's December. This is August '66. And it's like several months before, the Hendrix thing come out until '67. And the Doors' first album, '67. I mean, listen to these guitars. Nothing's really quite like this before Revolver. So that alone, I just, and I'm a big hard rock guy, so I love that. And even the way the album's kind of structured, like you have your rocker track, Taxman, but then you got some ballads and a few experimental songs and your weirdest song at the end. That's kind of how it kind of became like, this is like the prototype. Like to me, in the long run, this is more innovative than Sgt. Pepper, because this is what most hard rock albums would be. Like most modern rock albums even kind of follow more of a Revolver, the format than the Sgt. Pepper, in my opinion. And it's just so raw and in the studio, and it's so eclectic. There's so many different styles. I also like it reminds me of like the Beastie Boys' Check Your Head. It's like a mixtape. And they would maybe do this again with the White Album, but there's this quality where you're just getting all this different shit. And then Tomorrow Never Knows. I mean, to me, that that's the I Am the Walrus before I Am the Walrus. I mean, it's actually a drum loop. It's a fucking drum loop in '66. That's like the beginning of hip hop and electronica in '66. Like it's like the Beatles themselves never even did a song like that again. That's how futuristic it was. It was like Wilhelm S. Burroughs once said that the future is when you cut the present with a knife, and sometimes the future leaks through. And that's Tomorrow Never Knows. It's like somehow they did so many drugs that they wrote a song that was like 30 years ahead of its time. And it's amazing. The whole album's revolutionary. But yet, like some of these ballads, like For No One and Here, There, and Everywhere, are perfection, as great as anything that's on Help or like Rubber Soul. And it's one of the greatest albums of all time. Objectively, I think it's the most important and greatest Beatles album ever, and the greatest and most important album of the '60s. To me, this is what leads to everything, fucking everything. But personally, it's my second favorite. But it's a very strong second favorite. It's also my favorite album cover. But I think it's their coolest album cover. So there you go, fucking Revolver.
All right, we all set our number two.
Yep.
All right, Brian, give us your number one.
My number one is Abbey Road. And, I like my top 5 or 6 are all kind of interchangeable depending on what month of the year or year of my life it is. But like Abbey Road, I just think, especially after watching that documentary, it all kind of made sense to me. And like, while that documentary is more about like the Let It Be songs, like it also was the original kind of. If you watch that documentary, it shows you all the Abbey Road songs before they. It's almost like they pushed aside the Abbey Road songs to say, okay, we're gonna like take a little more time on this, and then the other 6 or 7 songs are going to go up and play on the rooftop that are a little more simple and a little more rock and rolly and easier to play, where they wanted to play with the Abbey Road stuff more. And you see that when you listen to Abbey Road. The first side of Abbey Road is just kind of a Beatles album. You know, it's a great mix of shit. You know, you start with Come Together, which is a brilliant song, and something I think might be my favorite George Harrison song. And that goes for all his solo stuff too. I'm not a big fan of stuff, but and Oh Darling is brilliant. And then I Want You. I mean, god damn. I mean, especially anybody that's like really paid attention to the remixes that have been done. I think that song individually, if you listen to that on the new mix vinyl, it's the like essential version of that song. It's fucking incredible. I've always loved that song, but I just think like there's something a little bit heavier about that mix that was done in 2019. Just
That mix is incredible.
you agree? You've heard that?
Oh
Dan?
yeah, incredible.
I bought the box set.
Yeah, I mean, I was sitting on my couch the first time I opened that, and like the whole first side, I'm like, this sounds really fucking good. And then that came on, and I was like melted into the couch. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, this is brilliant. Like this is almost like rehearing the song again for the first time.
Yeah, I agree.
Incredible. And then the second side is basically I just look at it as one song. That I go the Beatle medley, and it's probably the most brilliant, like 15-minute meandering, like crazy, whatever you fucking gonzo pop culture mess ever. It's just brilliant. And like, there's never going to be anything ever put together that's more brilliant. And that's why Abbey Road just will end up being the number one for me. It's and I've been listening to this album in its context, start to finish, since I was like 7, 8 years old, and it's never gotten old. And it's hard to pick a one. It really is. I mean, any of the top 5 for me could be number one on a given day, but I just look at Abbey Road for me personally, and for just in the concept of all pop culture and music history and everything, and it just that's the number one to me. I mean, and the fact that was like truly the last like studio album that they did is so fitting. And I think Let It Be has a cool kind of coda because those albums all came from the same writing sessions. That Let It Be is a perfect, like, okay, we got a lot of shit left over from this Abbey Road thing that we haven't released yet. Let's put it out. And it would have been criminal if that stuff was never released. But they picked the right combo of stuff to put on that Abbey Road album, knowing that it could have been the last thing they ever released. And I think they put a lot of thought into it because they were doing it that way. And it's the reason it's my number one.
All right, Edwin, what's your number one?
Well, my number one is one of my favorite albums of all time. It is the White Album, aka the Beatles. It's I don't actually think there are bad songs on it. I mean, yes, obviously there are songs that are kind of like filler songs, like stuff like Wild Honey Pie and shit like that. But to me, it is about the whole. And those songs actually make some of the more standout songs even better because it's just like this trip. To me, this is like everything. It's fucking everything the Beatles are about in one epic fucking double album. I agree with Ralph. It's the peak of John Lennon's songwriting, and it's his best songs ever. It's like, and he had a lot of peaks throughout the Beatles. And I like some of his solo stuff. I agree with Ralph. I mean, I love Plastic Ono Band. I like Walls and Bridges. I like some of his solo stuff, but compared to what he was doing in the '60s, to me, it is disappointing to a degree. Actually, the only actually, I would say Ringo's surprisingly a little bit better in the early '70s than you would think. Paul's consistent. George is more or less what you would expect. John's not as great as you would think, considering how fucking awesome he was in the Beatles. So that's kind of my breakdown of the Beatles in the '70s. But in the '60s, Paul's writing amazing songs. Paul's great, but John overshadows him on this. This is like fucking John's tour de force. It's my second favorite Beatles song, and my favorite John song is "I'm So Tired," and it's so short and perfect. That chorus, everything about it.
That's my favorite song. You know what I love on there is Bungalow Bill.
Uncle Bill's
That,
great.
that was a song that took a while to get into. Now I fucking love it.
Yeah, that's a song some people hate. I love it. I like hearing Ringo and Yoko singing along. It
Yeah,
just has
I
a
love the
cartoonish
hokey
vibe.
chorus, and I love
Yeah.
John's melody, like Captain Marvel, zapped them right between the eyes.
That's the thing that's lacking is
All the children
the
sing.
humor. The humor and the darkness are both kind of lacking, I think, in his solo career. And like the White Album songs, yeah, they're dark songs, humorous. Love Dear Prudence, which you talked about. Happiness is a warm gun. Fucking how amazing is that song? And and these are just the Lennon songs. I mean, got Sexy Sadie, all this stuff like sounds like it's what they would call like like alternative rock in the '90s. Sexy Sadie was like inspired shit like Karma Police and stuff in the mid '90s. And they're doing it fucking 1968. It's to me the album that sounds freshest. Like this sounds just like modern rock. It's the most hard rock, and of course you got Helter Skelter, could be the first heavy metal song. It's amazing. Hell, there's a version on this. I happen to have this on my coffee table. This box set that came out, and there's this version of Helter Skelter that's on this. If you guys know what I'm talking about, it sounds like fucking Nirvana in like 1968. Like it's even heavier than the fucking one on the album. The one on the album was really heavy. Like nothing was that heavy at that point. And there's a version that's even heavier on the sessions. It's like you listen to this and go, "What the fuck? Are they time travelers? The Beatles?"
Ralph's gone on record and saying that the first heavy metal band is Blue Cheer. So
I know how much you love them. The Blue Cheer never did anything half as heavy as Helter Skelter. And I mean, it's just so dirty and nasty. That's another one like I'm the Wars. I've heard a lot of bands do Helter Skelter. Never comes close. Never comes close to the Beatles. Just
Oh no, Aerosmith did a shitty cover.
yeah, they lose the rawness. They just don't have the Beatles did the rawest version. And this is a McCartney song who people act like is like the
it makes me throw up in my mouth, but I think Motley Crue did pretty goddamn good.
Oh yeah.
one of the better ones, but still not as good as the White Album. in my
I
opinion.
liked Motley Crue's version a lot.
Pretty
Actually,
fucking good though.
I think in general, Motley Crue destroys whatever song they cover, but that is the one that I think they actually got kind of right.
That
And
one and White Punks on Dope. I like those two covers.
Yep, White Punks on Dope. They did good. I actually like their version better than the Tubes.
Yeah, me too.
Edwin, to piggyback on your point about this being the peak of Lennon, and I completely agree with you. When they showed up to those Escher sessions where they recorded most of the demos for this album, John showed up with 17 songs. I just literally read this in a Rolling Stone interview from around the time the remixes of this came out. John came into those sessions with 17 songs. Paul had like 8. George had like 5. So like John was fucking prolific at that point.
Yeah, he was in the zone.
He was writing a ton of shit at that point.
He was in the zone. It's amazing shit. But everyone. I mean, unlike where I do differ with Ralph is I do like the George songs. I definitely like the John and Paul songs better. But I mean, one thing though, Paul like really helps the George songs. Like to me, the best thing about like While My Guitar Gently Weeps. It's not even the Clapton stuff. To me, the best thing is Paul's bass line and the
His
piano.
bass line sounds like a lead guitar.
Yeah, that distorted bass that goes.
Unbelievable. It's
like
next
amazing.
level. If
Yeah.
nobody's ever watched it, you want to talk about like going into depth on that specific song. Watch the thing that that Paul did. I think it's Apple TV.
Yeah.
He did it with what's his name, the producer of 13
Rubin.
Beastie Boys,
Yeah, Rick Rubin.
Rick Rubin.
Yeah.
But he goes into depth on like by that point in the Beatles, Paul felt so much freedom to do whatever the hell he wanted that he like literally started playing the bass like a lead guitar. Like
Oh yeah, he was a total virtuoso at that point.
So there you go. Once again, Paul McCartney owns Harrison on a Harrison song.
Yeah, he helped enhance it. He also he like did like why don't we do it on the road all by himself? That's all just Paul on everything, and that song's so crazy and raw. This is like before the Stooges and stuff. It's like proto punk rock. That's cool. Everything. I do. My favorite George song though is Savage Truffle. Like that is.
I love that. Yeah.
So different for him too. So funky and fun.
It's great.
It's a really catchy song.
Piggies, I love a lot.
Piggies is good too. Piggies actually talk about, hey, come on, you tell me John Waters wasn't like, not John Waters, Roger Waters. Roger Waters wasn't like ripping off Piggies. I mean,
yeah.
That's like totally 70s Pink Floyd, like right there. Like George Harrison's doing 70s Pink Floyd with Piggies. Such an amazing album. Everything. I'm So Tired, the way it segues into Blackbird, the way back in the USSR segues into Dear Prudence. I think it's the greatest sequencing ever. Apparently John and Paul did it all. They sequenced the whole album in like 2 hours. They took all these songs in 2 hours with the engineer, and they just put it all together. And it's amazing. I mean, even I know you could say like the thing I like about the album is even with like the way it ends, they like Paul creates this little bookend where it kind of ends with Cry Baby Cry, because there's that little coda at the end where it has that little take me back little part that comes in. That's kind of a way of saying like this is where like the song part of the album ends. Like there's a little snippet, if you know what I mean. And then
we'll throw another coda.
Yeah, and then there's a coda after the coda. So it's like, to me, I see Revolution 9 as just a cool, weird, experimental coda after the proper album. It's like the album's actually done, but if you're really weird and want to get freaky with it, listen to this shit that John's doing. And it's like, yeah, I would never listen to like Revolution 9 by itself, but when you listen to the vinyl, like in the record, it is part of the experience. It's all part of this experience. And it also just feels like that crazy time, the 60s. It feels like this is where people were, rebelling in the streets, and everyone was, it was a crazy time, Vietnam. It's all in there. To me, it's the hippest Beatle album. It's the most rockin', it's the most eclectic. It's the one I've always gone to again and again and again. It's always been my favorite Beatles album, and it's one of my like top 5 favorite albums of all time, period. So there you go. It's the fucking White Album. It's a fucking, even if it's kind of a flawed masterpiece, the way it's flawed kind of makes it a deeper masterpiece in a way, because it's not perfect, but in a way that's what makes it perfect, because it reflects humanity more. So anyway, that's all I guess. I love this fucking album. It's awesome.
All right, Ian, give us your number one.
All right. Well, if you're paying attention, my number one is the same as Edwin's, but I think I like it more than all of you guys because I only hate one song, and of course we all know that's Revolution number 9, but I don't think there's any clunkers other than that on the White Album. I think it's fucking perfect, and you guys were talking about like what Paul McCartney adds to like even the Harrison songs, which I love the Harrison songs on here. But there was an interview, I think it was like with Rip Magazine in 1989, where Paul McCartney said, all the shit you think is Harrison is him. He says, except for the sitar. He said that shit was all George, But other than that, he played all of Harrison's riffs. No, man, I love the fucking White Album. And to me, it's one of only 4 albums in rock history that deserves to be a double album. I would say albums that deserve to be a double album: The Wall, Are You Experienced, Exile on Main Street, and the White Album. Other than that, I cannot find a fucking double album that justifies it.
Really? How about Physical Graffiti?
Yeah, I was about to. That's the first one I was going to.
Nah, not my favorite. Not my favorite fucking Zeppelin album. I'd take some shit off of there. Just me. But nah,
Homo.
man.
What about
Yeah,
Exile on Main Street?
I said Exile on Main Street.
Oh, you did? Okay, so that's one of them.
Yeah, yeah. So
You said Are You Experienced too. That's not a double album.
that is.
You meant Electric Lady.
Electric Ladyland.
Yeah, Electric Ladyland. Sorry.
Yeah.
Nah, man, I fucking love it. And this is like, if Let It Be is the death of the Beatles, this is them going on hospice. Because this is when they're no longer the Beatles anymore. I think probably, Magical Mystery Tour is the end of the Beatles. This is when they all discover they can do it by themselves. They come in with all these songs. You all brought up, I agree with every one of you that this is the height of John Lennon's output. He would never top what he did here. But the same thing, it's like where it used to be Lennon McCartney. This is like, it's very clear. This is Paul. This is fucking John. This is George. And let's throw Ringo a couple bones, But yeah, it's all, they were top of the world. Nobody could touch them. And they knew it. I think everybody knew it, but this is where the Beatles knew it. That they could do it by themselves. They were that fucking strong and that fucking good. But I love it. Seriously, I love every fucking song on this except that fucking Yoko crap. I even like Good Night. When I listen to this shit, I'll skip Revolution number 9. I'll go right to fucking Good Night. And like, you go, Ringo, with your bad self. I love it. I remember, this was an actual true interview with Paul McCartney where he talked about it and he says, he goes, we were coming apart, we were doing all this and it was a weird time. He goes, but it's a bloody fucking Beatles White Album, and he's fucking absolutely right. I mean, it's so fucking ahead of its time. Time hasn't caught up with the Beatles yet. And that's the amazing thing, man. And all this shit happens. Music's regressing. It's not progressing, And we still haven't caught up to the fucking Beatles, man. It's just, they're fucking freaks of nature. Well, you got two freaks of nature, and everybody loves Ringo, and then you got George Harrison. That's just phenomenal, man. I mean, I can listen to this and, man, just the flow of it. And that's the greatest thing. It goes from one type to another type, but yet it all has fucking, it's just a flow to it. And I listen to so many other double albums, and I'm just like, oh, I'd have cut this fucking track, or I'd cut that, or this takes me out of the album. I never have that with the White Album until fucking Revolution 9, and that's, I mean, yeah, you can blame John, but, he was uncircumcised, Pride does something to a man. Walk around looking like a fucking sand room from Dune, it's like fucking, everybody should be cut. I'm not Jewish, but everybody should be cut. Anyway, it's a great fucking album. It's the fucking White Album. It's the Beatles. I love it. It's my number one. Ralph?
All right, my number one is Rubber Soul. And, I've said this before. I'm a latecomer with the Beatles. I only owned the blue greatest hits in my childhood. That's all I owned. It wasn't until they released every CD that I bought it in a box. The box just tore apart because it was bullshit. But I bought every Beatles CD on one. I got into every Beatles album at the same time. And I kept listening to this box over and over and over again. And I was like, Rubber Soul's the best one. And I still feel that way. Drive My Car is the Fonzie of songs. It's like so cool, man. What else we got here? Norwegian Wood. Come on. You Won't See Me's awesome. Nowhere Man. Think for Yourself sucks. The I love the word. I love Michelle. I don't like what goes on. I love girl. I love I'm looking through you. I love in my life. I don't like wait, but I like if I needed someone from Harrison and Run for Your Life, which John Lennon hates, but it's one of my favorites on here. But of course,
The fuck does he know? That's a great song.
oh, it's an awesome song. But John Lennon bashed a lot of songs that he wrote
Yeah,
back then that were great tunes. Like Girl. Girl is one of them.
yeah, Cry Baby Cry you didn't like, and Your Bird Can Sing. Yeah, we did that video together, Ralph, remember? Yeah, John, John could be a bitch about his stuff.
Yeah,
It's
but
like Run for Your Life. George actually talked that song up once, which was cool.
yeah,
Yeah, he thought it was cool too.
I love it, man. I love that song. And I love Rubber Soul. It's always been my favorite. Like I told you, I've grown up with the Beatles. My very first memory in life, which I can't remember if it was 8 days a week or Help or Our Day Night. But my first memory in life was looking up at a windowsill that had a radio playing a Beatles song. And it was one of those three, I think. But I must have been like two or three. And that was my first memory in life. And then through the years, I've always heard these Beatles songs that I liked, but I never ventured out to buy a Beatles album until one day I said, oh, I'm going to buy that Blue album, the later Beatles stuff, and which is my favorite stuff. But man, when I got that fucking box set, man, I love those early Beatles albums, especially the Past Masters had the best early Beatles, I think. The best. This Boy, come on, man. I Call Your Name, very, very underrated.
Love that song. Great
Oh,
song.
there's so many killer early Beatles songs in those Past Masters that didn't make the album that I feel like are the strongest songs they did. But Rubber Soul. Now, I don't mean to fuck everything up here, but there ain't no pick of the week this week. What the pick of the week is everybody's favorite Beatles album. That's the pick of the week because I'm tired.
Yeah, but this has been going on a while.
Right, Ian?
Sure.
Ian recommends the White Album. Edwin, White Album.
Also the White Album, so that technically wins because I'm
Yeah.
just saying, I'm not knocking Abbey Road and Rubber Soul, just saying that the White Album, two of us picked, so that technically makes it the greatest. Just
Yeah, but Sgt. Pepper's your number 10, man.
well, I mean, Ian put Revolver at 6. We all got our opinions.
And Ian likes Bang Tango, so yeah.
Love that shit.
We all got our opinions.
They actually did a cover
Me
of
and Ian
Revolution
linked
number
up
9 I like better.
We linked up on the White Album though, so there you go.
So hey, thank you, Edwin and Ryan, for joining Ian and myself. I mean myself and Ian. And yeah, man, join us whenever the fuck Ian's available again.
All right. Well, in closing, Her Majesty's a pretty nice girl, but she doesn't have a lot to say. Her Majesty's a pretty nice girl, but she changes from day to day. I want to tell her that I love her a lot, but I got a belly full of wine. Her Majesty's a pretty nice girl, and someday I'm going to make her mine, oh yeah. Someday I'm going to make her mine.
You know, I have on a bootleg the full version, which has just one note at the end. You know, today I'm going to make her mine, then it brings out bring.
I was giving you the perfect out. You could have cut it right there. Like, I'm tired.
I'm so tired.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Schmagamagob. Till next time, rock and roll.
Thank you, guys. Talk to y'all later.
All right, guys. Wait.
Night, brothers.
All
Peace
right.
out,
Night,
boys.
guys. Always fun. This was epic.
All right, man.
Turn this
Talk to
shit
you guys.
off.
Hey, Ralph.
There we
Sorry.
go.
All right. Night, guys.